sobre un poco de qué se trata el programa CZI de imagenología. Adelante, por favor.
Ok, ¿cómo hago presentar aquí?
¿Abajo? Aquí.
¿Aquí? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to speak in English. We have an international audience, so I hope you can understand me, okay? It's just hugely gratifying to have you all here, to see you all here, and to be able to launch this meeting. As Adan said, it's very much to do with the support we've received from the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. I can't speak directly for Chan Zuckerberg. I can only really give you information that's in the public domain, but that's fine. There's a lot of information there. They're a very open organization. And so it's actually one of the questions I've had quite frequently recently. People asking in Mexico, asking me about how we got involved with the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, how we managed to write proposals that they were able to support. And so it's a case of being able to find the information. The Chan Zuckerberg Initiative was set up 5 years ago. And we're going to go to the website if we can. Hopefully we can. There we go. So if you go to the main website, you can actually see okay. To accept the cookies. There we go. So on a PC, there should be a menu up here, and I don't know where it is. Okay, so I don't know what's happening with the website. Ah, there we go. We've got a menu there. So if we go to the place where they have their initiatives, so they have 4 initiatives: science, education, community, and justice and opportunity partners. Okay, so it's a really, really big. The whole program is a very large and wide-reaching area. Obviously, our area of interest, and there are connections between the programs. Our area of interest is in science, so we can go and click in science. And again, they have a number of different science programs, of which imaging is just one. They have sciences, programs based around neurodegeneration, supporting open science, science in society, single-cell biology, and others that are to come as well. So the information is all there. We are interested more in the, or where we have been applying to the RFAs has been in the imaging sector, okay? So there we have, again, more information about the different kinds of imaging projects that are being supported, including developing imaging access tools, creating community, and then new grant opportunities. So we're actually going to see a video now, which was produced for a meeting that was a month ago, and it's by I need to drop this down. No, I don't. Here we go. Okay, so this video was produced as an introduction to the meeting that we were at 3 or 4 weeks ago. It will contain some references to talks coming later that we're not actually going to have today, because they were actually in the previous meeting. But most of the information about the imaging projects are in this video. And this video is made by, or presented by, Vladimir Gukasian. who is. Okay, so there's Omar, hay audio en ese video, ¿se puede transmitir? Hay audio en ese video, ¿se puede transmitir el audio? Ajá.
¿Qué dejar de compartir? Sí, eso es lo que quiero. ¿Dónde está la...?
Yo no estoy acostumbrado de las macros.
Ajá. ¿Quieres compartir? ¿Es este?
Ya.
Y compartir con sonido.
Voy a optimizar para vídeo. Yuri, se necesita una contraseña.
Educational approaches, develop standards, and work closely with biomedical scientists to help to advance research with the new technology. And finally, to complete the workflow here, in Analysis Thrust, we work to provide universal access to reproducible quantitative imaging analysis.
Okay.
Now, a bit about what we have already done in each of these directions.
Pues, ¿qué hacemos?
In frontiers, as many of you are aware, we still have a problem of priority. On one side of spatial resolution scale, we have methods that provide us cellular and even subcellular resolution, but which can be used only up to around 1 millimeter depth in tissue, while methods like MRI, ultrasound, X-ray all allow us to image much deeper, but at lower resolution. The goal of the deep tissue imaging program that we have run 2 years ago was to support the technologies that would enable imaging through tissue and bone, still maintaining cellular resolution. We have worked with external reviewers to select 13 projects spanning across 7 modalities, from MRI to ultrasound, photoacoustics, light, X-ray, and all the way.
Okay.
No tiene, ¿no? Ah, no sé qué está. Ok, finalmente.
Okay, we're going to try again.
I will give a quick overview of the imaging program. Now, as Corey mentioned, our goal to cure, prevent, and I will give a quick overview of the imaging program. Now, as Corey mentioned, our goal to cure, prevent, and manage all disease by the end of the century, it requires a deep mechanistic understanding of disease onset and progression. And that requires a quantitative assessment of molecular events across a wide range of spatial.
Okay. Aquí lo diciendo presentación, ¿no? El sonido. Y ya le dices bocina. No, pues ¿dónde está salida? Estoy en salida. Sumo audio device, Epson. No, sí está mandando. ¿Sí? Sí, porque no le está mandando la letra. Robamos que salga de la computadora el sonido. A ver, quitamos esto. Ahora no está saliendo. ¿Puedo conseguir el video? Chris, está en video, está reproduciendo el video.
Sí, está en la página web.
Sí, no. Sí está. Entonces no está saliendo. No, porque todavía no está saliendo.
The vision of the imaging program is to allow scientists and physicians to directly observe and analyze biological processes across spatial scales and in real time throughout the human body.
Pero sí.
Within the next 10
No,
years,
lo está,
our
está,
aim
es
is
muy
to
chica
advance
esta
imaging
conexión.
technology and to ensure that scientists and physicians anywhere in the
Con el
world can
micrófono.
use it to view and analyze
Pues sí.
biological systems in context. To achieve this, we're working in 4 directions. In frontiers, we directly support development of disruptive technologies to view biology in context. To further accelerate innovation, last year CCI has announced that we will now establish the Zuckerberg Institute for Advanced Biomedical Imaging. It is a physical space where multidisciplinary teams will come together to develop revolutionary new imaging platforms. To fully benefit from this technology, we'll also need well-trained.
Sorry for the delay. We'll get straight back to listening to Vladimir's presentation.
I will give a quick overview of the imaging program. Now, as Corey mentioned, our goal to cure, prevent, and manage all disease by the end of the century, it requires a deep mechanistic understanding of disease onset and progression. And that requires a quantitative assessment of molecular events across a wide range of spatiotemporal scales and organizational complexities. Imaging uniquely offers this capacity. The vision of the imaging program is to allow scientists and physicians to directly observe and analyze biological processes across spatial scales and in real time throughout the human body. Within the next 10 years, our aim is to advance imaging technology and to ensure that scientists and physicians anywhere in the world can use it to view and analyze biological systems in context. To achieve this, we're working in 4 directions. In frontiers, we directly support development of disruptive technologies to view biology in context. To further accelerate innovation, last year CCI has announced that we will now establish the Zuckerberg Institute for Advanced Biomedical Imaging. It is a physical space where multidisciplinary teams will come together to develop revolutionary new imaging platforms. To fully benefit from this technology, we'll also need well-trained experts, points of dissemination, such as shared imaging facilities. We will need a collaborative community to develop standards, to create platforms, to share protocols, tools, and methods. All of this is the imaging community. So in the imaging community initiative, we support key imaging scientists all over the world who manage imaging core facilities, come up with innovative educational approaches, develop standards, and work closely with biomedical scientists to help to advance research with the new technology. And finally, to complete the workflow here, in Analysis Trust, we work to provide universal access to reproducible quantitative imaging analysis. Now, a bit about what we have already done in each of these directions. In frontiers, as many of you are aware, we still have a problem of priority. On one side of spatial resolution scale, we have methods that provide us cellular and even subcellular resolution, but which can be used only up to around 1 millimeter depth in tissue. While methods like MRI, ultrasound, X-ray all allow us to image much deeper, but at lower resolution. The goal of the deep tissue imaging program that we have run 2 years ago was to support the technologies that would enable imaging through tissue and bone, still maintaining cellular resolution. We have worked with external reviewers to select 13 projects spanning across 7 modalities, from MRI to ultrasound, photoacoustics, light, X-ray, and all the way, even including computational and quantum imaging approaches. The initial projects are 2.5 years. Successful pilots will be eligible to apply for additional 4-year follow-up grants. At phase 2, teams will be able to exchange members, with the primary focus here will be the scaling and dissemination of new technologies. Now, on the other side of the resolution spectrum is the visual progenomics program. Here, the goal was to support the technology that would enable visualizing proteins at near atomic resolution inside cells and monitor changes in their structure, quantity, distribution, and interactions, typically a domain of electron microscopy. But the ability to visualize proteins inside cells is limited. So similar to the deep tissue imaging program, the initial phase is 2.5 years. The 14 projects that were selected, they covered the approaches in correlative microscopy, hardware development, software development, and probes engineering. Phase 2 here will have a slightly different goal from deep tissue. Because of the extremely high cost of EM systems, mass dissemination is cost prohibitive. And so the goal here would be to create central hubs with successful pilots. Now, once the technology is developed, there will be a lot of data produced. And with the complex technologies and imaging of large volumes of tissues, there will come also the problem of processing large volumes of data. All our grantees have identified that the image analysis is one of the biggest bottlenecks for them. So we support software developers of open source packages, free packages, of Fiji, Scikit Imaging, and Cell Profiler, and have partnered with the Open Science program to support software developers of essential open source packages. In total, there were 19 grants. Our imaging SciTech team is building out an image analysis platform and incentivizes community to develop plugins to help bring quantitative image analysis to the broader ecosystem. Napari is a community-built Python-based open source tool designed for browsing, annotating, and analyzing large multidimensional images. The Napari plugin accelerator grantees, this is a program that was announced last year. They will join a community of researchers who are contributing to an extensible plugin ecosystem to provide easy access to reproducible and quantitative bioimage analysis. These grants will support development and maintenance of Napari growing ecosystem of plugins. Now, to build on the success of Napari, the tech team also created a hub, the Napari hub, that brings together biomedical scientists on one side and the algorithm developers on another. This is where they meet. The algorithm developers can upload their plugins, and their biomedical scientists, they can easily integrate that into Napari. They can search by their functionality and utilize that in their work. The application scientist from the tech team, Danielle McCarthy, is going to talk more about both Napari and Napari Hub tomorrow during the resource overview talks. And of course, the community. A critical role in the technology's validation and dissemination belongs to imaging scientists, imaging facility operators, managers, directors, image analysts, imaging software developers, and others with the unique expertise necessary to advance biomedical sciences with imaging. Despite this essential role in the science community, imaging scientists have very few ways to secure funding. And that was the very first grant of the imaging program aimed at supporting salaries of the imaging scientists. The length is 5 years with 3 years and with initial 3 years and potential extension with another 2 years after the review. We already had the second cycle a couple of years ago, and in total, we currently support 40 imaging experts supporting their local communities of biomedical researchers and also contributing to the development of global imaging community. The philosophy here is to close the gap and attract other funders. Importantly, each has an agreement where the host institution will have to commit to continue funding of the imaging scientists once the program is open. The program is open to imaging scientists pretty much globally with very few exceptions. And here on this map, they're shown in red dots. Now, accelerating science is a team effort. It requires coordinated collaboration. The primary role here belongs to network organizations. They bring together imaging scientists for discussions, brainstorming, and coordination to avoid duplications and amplify the efforts. We're very happy to support the Global Bioimaging, the umbrella organization or network of networks, where knowledge from all the regional networks is consolidated and shared with other imaging scientists to build on the knowledge of each other. Bioimaging of North America, it's a network organization bringing together around more than 300 imaging scientists in the US, Canada, and Mexico, with multiple programs on training and education, image analysis. And you will hear more about that in the talks today. You will hear from Antje Kepler and Gleb Grebnev about global bioimaging, and Alison North will present an overview of what Bioimaging North America does. And of course, the expanding global access to bioimaging. When we ran the initial imaging scientist program, we noticed that there were not too many applications coming from regions like Latin America, Africa, and former Soviet countries. So we conducted multiple interviews in these regions with imaging scientists, and many of people who helped us to formulate the strategy are here, and I'd like to thank you again to help us to understand what were the challenges there. The challenges were quite different, varying from region to region, but we're able to identify some common themes, something that is hindering the development of bioimaging in all of these regions. And right now, all of these programs, all the projects that you're going to hear about, they will benefit imaging scientists in 31 countries in all these regions. We were very excited and inspired by the projects that we saw and the projects that you're working on. And we are looking very much forward to working with you in the future on that. Now, one thing that I wanted to mention here in conclusion is something that talks about the spirit of the community. You notice that I used community a lot throughout this talk, but at some point we started thinking, what exactly is a community? How do we define it? And the answer came, surprisingly or not surprisingly, from the business world. One of the best definitions of the community that I saw came from Adam Grant. He is an organizational psychologist from the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania. He said that the community is a place where people bond around shared values, feel valued as human beings, and have a voice in decisions that affect them. I think that expresses very well the imaging community. We all share the passion for the imaging. We understand the value of imaging in advancing biomedical sciences. We know that imaging scientists are extremely critical for this work, and the network organizations already have embraced the spirit of seeking the input from the community to share the ideas. This is something that we hope to work with you in the near future. How can we build the global community where imaging scientists will actively collaborate, will create the platforms to share resources, platforms, and tools to build off each other's ideas? We'll also implement these ideas or these principles in our work during this event. We will have 2 working sessions when we'll all work together, and we hope that the tool that we have chosen for that will allow everyone, all of our participants of this meeting, to express their ideas and opinions about how can we future develop the community, what kind of skills and expertise are necessary to advance the bioimaging, and what can we do to reinforce the community building? How can we bring additional funders, secure the support of the governments, other philanthropies, and industry? We're looking very much forward to working on these topics with you. And finally, I'll give you an overview of our team. Our team is growing very fast. The imaging program, as you've heard, is led by Stephanie Otte, Stephen Jett, and myself, who worked on programs, on the Frontiers programs and community development. Melissa Gorham is a project manager who handles millions of tasks just to keep us all on track. The SciTech team is led by Nicholas Sofroniou. He's working on the development of the Nepari with the community. Justin Kiggins is the product manager for the Nepari Hub. And tomorrow you will also meet Danielle McCarthy, our application scientist, who will tell you more about Nepari and Nepari Hub projects. We have several communication channels. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any ideas, if you'd like to chat about the opportunities that you see for your region. We're always happy to stay in touch with you, and we need to hear from you about your thoughts and ideas and what do you see as potentials. With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, happy to take them.
Okay, well, we heard from Vladimir, he gave a great overview of the imaging program. Well, here we are. Thanks to the expanding global access to bioimaging program. This is our first event of the many that we have planned. There were, just a little bit more detail, there were 17 projects supported in total in the EGAB grant funding round, 11 of which are in Latin America. And you can find that information on the website, which of the projects that were supported, which of the projects in other regions are also supported as well. So there are projects in Africa, there are projects in former Soviet countries. And the idea is not that they keep in their own places. The idea is that we also build links between those different regions as well. Because one of the things that I've been participating with when I talk to other regions is the challenges we face are nearly universal. We are not on our own in Mexico with different problems we face. They are nearly they are present everywhere, and there are always interesting and creative solutions coming out from all sides. Okay, I think if all the information from Chan Zuckerberg is in their websites, it's very clear, it's very well organized. If you wish to know how can I apply for future funding from Chan Zuckerberg, what is their philosophy, etc., it's all on the website. Particularly, there is a letter from I think it's still up here. Where's the presentation? Okay, it's going to take me a while to find, but there's actually a letter. Every year, Priscilla Chan and Mark Zuckerberg publish a letter to their, on the webpage where they expound their philosophies. And the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, the philosophy of the program is very much their vision. Okay, so it's very important to pay attention to what they're saying in their annual letters, because that tells you where their vision is developing for the entire project. And if you have an idea and it aligns with the central philosophies, the core philosophies of Chan Zuckerberg, there's absolutely every chance that you can apply for funding and also enter into a dialogue with them. If you don't see exactly your idea formed, they're very good at listening, they're very good at responding. So I say, it's a very open organization, very, 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 very helpful in seeking new ideas and advice and entering into a dialogue. Okay, so that was a bit of a delayed introduction. I think the next speaker is Diego, who will talk to us more about the specifics of the project that we are all here today through the funding of. So, Diego.
Hey, good morning to all. Really cool to see you here finally. We already met in the virtual world, in the metaverse, but now we are here in the real world, so that's pretty exciting. Okay, so I'm going to talk a bit about the actual program, the initiative, and I will give some details about the organization during the Q&A session after my presentation. We can discuss more, so here we go. This initiative was written by us three, Chris, and cell. And well, we have to start talking about Mexico, right? So we are a mega diverse country, as most of you already know. So that means that we have a lot of people, a lot of problems, and it's really interesting that this initiative aims to solve a lot of diseases, right? So Mexico is a really interesting place to do so. And all of us that are here, we represent different imaging core facilities. So it's pretty interesting. Already the discussions that we already had yesterday and today, we talked about the importance of having a strong community, with representatives from all around the country. So a little bit about the microscopy. It started in 2013, so it's going to be 10 years old next year. And currently, it is made up of 3 different units. It doesn't have better. Okay. So the main laboratories here in Cuernavaca in IBt. The second one started in the National Institute of Social Security. And the third LMA was established at CISA. So here we are the most northern laboratory of the LMA. Between all of the 3 core facilities, we have a lot of different techniques. Including confocal, TERF, spinning disc, image analysis, LMMAC, so we have transmission electron microscopy, also scanning electron microscopy. And well, the idea of this initiative is to integrate all of these different core facilities. All of the representatives from different facilities are present here. Here in the picture, so all of you are here. Thank you for coming. It's really cool that you could make it here. And well, the outcome of the project is practical courses. 6 of them will be fundamental microscopy, like the one we're going to have this Wednesday and Thursday, for which we have already 20 students. It's really interesting that we have 5 local students from Cuernavaca, or at least from Morelos, from the state of Morelos, and we have 15 students that come from different parts of Mexico, of the core facilities that each one of you represent. So that's really interesting because we're forging a community starting from the students. I mean, it's important that we that are in charge of the facilities make a community, but it's also really good that we're bringing together the students that will be the future imaging scientists. So we will have 6 hands-on fundamental microscopy workshops, and then 6 advanced microscopy workshops, also in different facilities. And it's interesting that, well, not only interesting, it's fundamental that each workshop will include an outreach activity. So this is really important because, as you may know, we've already discussing this, that science sometimes it's not really valued at the social level. So it's really important that we make ourselves present and we show everyone what we do and the potential. So it's not only to maybe inspire the future generations, but also to show what we can do. So we're really excited about this aspect of the initiative that includes the non-fiction. So what do we aim to get with this program? Initiate collaborative alliances, which we are already doing, improve training of the core facility members. So maybe some of us have more training in confocal or electron microscopy or different techniques. So by moving us around the different facilities, we will learn more. We will broaden our techniques, our expertise. We also want to improve teaching practices. So we can have a lot of knowledge, but if we are not able to convey this information, it's not that useful, right? So also good teaching practices are really important. We want to improve the implementation of advanced techniques in core facilities also. Maybe technologies that are developed in one facility could be useful to another facility. Awareness and update, also this is related to the activities, and we will create a platform for future community expansion. And finally, we aim to register the Mexican Bioimaging Alliance. So later in the day, we will discuss a little bit about this in the final session. And just a reminder, we already discussed this in our previous meeting before we submitted the proposal. This is a schedule, as you can see, it's divided by trimester, so it's not we don't really have like set dates. So we have some degree of flexibility. This is our first workshop, fundamental microscopy. Thanks to Adan and all the team here in Cuernavaca that made a really good effort. We were working with the schedule. I don't know what's the expression, but I think you get the idea. And for the second trimester, we will make an advanced microscopy workshop in Jalapa, in Imagery. We also have these virtual workshops on image analysis, fundamentals of microscopy in Yucatan later in this year. It's gonna be in October, right? In October. And the last one from this year is going to be CIO in León. So for next year, we will have a laser microdissection workshop in the Institute of Ecology. In the Institute of Ecology in Jalapa, a fundamental microscopy, another image analysis workshop, an advanced microscopy confocal microscopic super solution in Neurobiology Institute in Curiquilla, in Querétaro. One person is going to be in charge of this. For the fourth trimester, CAN, the National Center of Gastrology, Alejandro Lopez. Hi, Alejandro. Will be the organizer for this workshop. And finally, our last year for this grant, for fundamentals of microscopy at Successor, I will be coordinating this event. Another image analysis workshop, hosted in Cuernavaca, but it's going to be metaverse. Fundamentals of microscopy in IMSS, Vadim is going to be in charge of that. Advanced microscopy in Cuernavaca. Advanced microscopy again in CAN. And we will end with another image analysis workshop by Paul Hernandez. There's Paul. Oh, well, Paul will give a talk later in the day or tomorrow, or both, about what he's doing. So, really looking forward to that. Okay, so this is important. I will talk. Well, now I'm gonna talk a little bit more about the actual logistics and administrative aspects of the initiative. I have to start by saying that all of the money was deposited or transferred to the Successe account. So Successe is a CONACYT center. So all of you that work in CONACYT centers know how the bureaucratic gears work. So it's a little bit different from UNAM, for example. So we have to be really careful about some of the things that we can do. For each workshop, here are the amount of money that you can spend. So although we have a little bit of flexibility also on how we can spend this money, we will try to keep in this range. So each workshop will be for 20 attendants, as I said earlier. It's going to be 5 local students or attendants, and 15 attendants from other cities. So With this, we will promote mobility, we will promote community field. We will have money for 2 national speakers that can function as teachers. For this workshop, on this particular workshop, we merged our first meeting with the first workshop. So we had a lot of different professors, but for the further workshop, we will have money to travel for 2 local, national speakers. For regions and material, we will have a limited budget. It should be enough. Other expenses will be covered, like printing these really cool banners that were printed here, or coffee, etc. Printing. So yeah, the fellowship will cover transportation, lodging, and the registration. So all of the students that will arrive today and will be present in the symposium tomorrow have all these things covered: transportation, lodging, and the registration. So it's around $150 for this. And each workshop will end with an outreach activity. So later in the day, we will hear about your proposals or your ideas for this event. For the advanced microscopy workshop, we have a little bit more funding. We can cover 2 national speakers and also 2 international speakers. It's really important to notice that we can only cover international speakers that don't come from the US. So Canada, it's okay, Europe, and everywhere in the world except the US. We will have some money for regions and materials, also other expenses, the fellowships for the students, and we also have an amount for covering the actual usage of the core facility equipment. So you don't have to worry about that. We have this covered. And also we will have these outreach activities. We will use these two microscopes, the Ultramatron and Ultramicro, which are 3D printed microscopes, and also the world famous foldscopes, which are origami kind of microscope, really easy to assemble and easy to use. So it's really, I want to mention that the foldscope community is also really interesting. You can visit their web page, and a lot of people that have foldscopes constantly upload their images. So it's really cool. Okay, so yeah, the administration. I really have to mention Anabel Dominguez. Most of you have been in contact with her. She made a lot of this possible. She had to schedule the flights, to make arrangements with the hotel. So for your workshops, you will have to be in touch with Anabel. So before you make any decision, you have to check with her, because she really knows well how the system works at CICESE. So before you make a harsh decision, check with her if it's possible what we can do. We can talk a little bit more about these details later in the session. I think this is my next to last slide. So just that if you don't know CICESE is located here in Ensenada, California. We're 200 kilometers from the border. Here is Tijuana. Here is San Diego, and we are located in this hill, the hill of knowledge, as it's called in Ensenada. It has CICESE. Here, these buildings are from UNAM. It's the Center for Nanomaterials, and this is the astronomy department. So it's a really interesting campus here in CICESE. Across the highway, if you can see here, it's the Autonomous University of Baja California. Okay, so just to end this, my participation, Is there any an expertise or technology that we currently don't have but would like help with your project? This is an open question for all of you. This is the idea of making a community. So if anyone has an idea or has a limitation or wants to implement something, we have a community to try to solve this thing. Our main challenge for this project, talking about the whole initiative, has been administration and logistics. So it's not really a problem, it's more like a challenge, and it's a challenge that you will face. So we will be really glad to share our experiences organizing this. Really, I think we made a really good job with the time that we have. Thanks, Adan, Yuri, and all of the team of Educaciencia. And how can this community, our community, work to advance bioimaging in our region? Well, we can join, and we can start by joining our of this community, so to become stronger and have a big presence. I think that is all. I don't know if we have the Q&A session now.
Hi, everyone. So now it's time for the questions. So if anybody has a question, please raise your hand and we'll approach to you with the microphone. Someone has a question for your opponent? No? Okay, so we're working online. No, we don't have questions. No. We're getting earlier to some end. There is a lot of echo. We cannot hear. No. Hey. So for our next session is about meet and greet with other attendees. So we're having an activity to interact. You can interact with each other, and I'm going to put some questions on the screen so you can discuss with each other about three main questions about our meeting today. Okay. So we will interview multiple chairs to each other. These two we are going to Sí, pero estoy en el WhatsApp. No entiendo. Dejar de compartir.
Deja de compartir.
Es que no entiendo cómo. Ponme el micro.
¿Tienes WhatsApp?
Sí, WhatsApp, pero no sé si lo entiendo abierto su WhatsApp.
Adán, ¿tienes abierto tu WhatsApp web o no? Aquí.
No, no voy a tener mi WhatsApp. Nada más,
¿Lo sigo?
di las preguntas. Ajá.
¿Tienes abierto tu WhatsApp web aquí? ¿No?
¿Cuál es para que la gente interaccione?
Es que estoy haciendo esto. Necesito abrir WhatsApp web para que estén las preguntas.
Nada más se las escribes o les dices. Haz los cuartos para que interaccionen.
¿Adán? Son solo 7 personas, que nada más se quedan ahí. Que pongan nada más las
Ajá,
preguntas.
ponles las preguntas. Te están escuchando. Puedes hablar.
Sí, voy a, estoy buscando las preguntas.
Hello, everybody here in the Zoom chat. So at the moment, we will start an activity. So and the activity consists in interaction. You have to interact between each other, and the way to do it is that you have to solve the first question altogether, which is where do you think that microscopy started in Mexico?
Ya está.
¿Ya lo has visto? Es para que entre a la admisión. Entonces ayudar a conectar, a usarlo, porque no sé usar una Mac.
Ni yo.
Comparte pantalla y ya sabes.
Ya te puse las preguntas en el chat.
Sí. Hello, everybody. I'm Adán Guerrero. Hi, Vanessa. So we are solving the audio problems. So hope you will be able to hear the next session. At this moment, I want you just to start interacting each other here. So please go ahead. Just a second. pero que salga, que salga. Ah, es que lo estás mandando. Aquí se escucha, ¿no? Sí. A ver. I can't hear you guys. Ah, now I can hear you.
Any of us have said anything. Hello.
Hello, Vanessa. Nice to meet you, or nice to see you. I don't know if I met you before.
I don't think so. It's very nice to meet you too.
Well, thanks for coming. So we're trying to make the things better. So hope we'll going to make it.
It's okay. Yeah, I totally understand. It's challenging hosting things both in person. I'm so excited you guys can all be there together.
Okay, so can everybody introduce yourself?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes. I'm Elida Gastelum Martinez, and I'm in Mérida, Yucatan. And I work in a research center, so I don't know what else to say. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah. So for the people that, for students and people that is quite shame about speaking in English, you can speak in Spanish. It's okay. Just you can introduce yourself. So Vanessa, how is your Spanish? More or less. Okay, go ahead, please.
But please speak in Spanish. Absolutely.
Israel?
Oh.
Hello, my name is Israel. I'm working in CISESE. I'm in the head of the department in optics. So I'm very glad to be with you and meet you all.
Nice to meet you, Israel. Perhaps we will meet each other in person one day.
Okay, good.
Okay, so we have students, so maybe Raul or Sergio or somebody else. So if not, so it's time for the questions. So we have another question here. So the first question is whether when do you think that microscopy started in Mexico? Let's think about centuries or decades. I have the answer. I can provide you with the answer.
I don't think it started very long. You know, we're kind of delayed, so probably decades.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the first register of microscopy in Mexico is from the 17th century, but it was indirect because it was more in the Catholic Church, and it was related to the understanding or to the knowledge that was coming from Europe about the microorganisms. So later on, microscopy in Mexico developed very slow, a very slow pace, and it formally started in the last century, about in the. I mean, the most important contribution was when central facilities in microscopy started in the 90s. And previously, we have some schools, we have some people doing research in universities in the 60s. So in Mexico, there are a couple of social interventions of microscopy. So the first one was the creation of central facilities. And nowadays, the country has developed the program of national laboratories that allow several people to have access to instruments, including microscopes. And now we are living the third social intervention of microscopy in science, which is driven by this Chan Zuckerberg initiative. So yes, you are correct, Elida. Okay, so next question, which is, when you heard the term bioimaging, what comes to your mind? What is bioimaging? What does it mean? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I guess everyone's shy. So, well, it's related to photos, it's related to images, and obviously to living things, living cells, microorganisms. Yeah, just in general.
So imaging living things. So
Yes.
Can you develop a bit more? What about bacteria? What about entire organisms?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, totally.
So, because in the later meeting of CCI, we were discussing about how broad is this term. Does it includes optical microscopy? Does it includes electron microscopy? Does it includes more entire organism, perhaps studies like X-rays or tissue imaging? What do you think? How broad is it?
It's more like all the technology that provides the techniques to see these living or these organisms.
Yeah, when you take an ultrasound, for example, of your belly or of a lesion, is that bioimaging?
Yes, yes. Why not? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So let me check for the final question. So we're about to reach no, we're on time indeed. We still have time. Let me check it.
I think it's in the chat. What are the main challenges of the field of microscopy in Mexico?
Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you. I don't think I really introduced myself. I'm Vanessa. I'm the Bioimaging North America Program Administrator. I'm going to be talking later, and I'm really excited to meet you all. So, but please, I'm happy to hear what your challenges are and maybe how we can help.
So this is a good question for you, Alida. Yeah.
Yes, I know. I have a lot of challenges besides equipment, accessibility, how to, well, when I say accessibility, I mean, no, how difficult it is to know what we have, because it's kind of complicated. We know we have these institutes, we know they exist, but you know, how to approach them, it's kind of difficult because we don't know. And I think it's more related to get everybody know we have these techniques, we have these equipments, we have all these methods and how to use them. Because a few months ago, we didn't know how to think in how to use these methods or these equipments. And yes, also I could say infrastructure, but now I know it's not that important to have the most expensive equipment. So I guess it's more like getting people to know what we have and how to use it.
Yeah, I totally agree. So when we envisage microscopy, we first think in microscopes. But later we start to realize that there is a more important aspect, which is knowledge. So one of the main challenges in Mexico is knowledge. Because I already told you that the basic microscopes came in the 60s, later in the 19s, we start having confocal microscopes, electron microscopes, and so on and so forth. And nowadays we have a huge community of microscopes, microscopists in Mexico, but there is little knowledge about how to handle the system, how to interpret, how to analyze the data. So, and the other thing that we also need in Mexico is communicate each other. I mean, we know that there are universities, there are institutes that might have or not an advanced microscopy system, but we don't know who works there, what they are doing, and the main idea of this project is to make links, to connect each other, to foster collaboration, to foster development of knowledge here in Mexico. And we also appreciate the people that is aware of what we are trying to do in Mexico. Thanks, Vanessa, for being here. So she will tell us what means BINA. We also will have Latam Bio, So which these are two really young organizations that try to foster interaction between all of us. So we cannot do it alone. I mean, we can chat, we can start sharing some of the problems, but some of these problems are shared between different people, and there are solutions out there. So, and the main idea of having this meeting is to connect each other. So Israel, what do you think that is the main challenge of microscopy in Mexico?
Well, you just say that. I mean, we have a little communication about what we are doing in the field. Many people believe that, as you said, bioimaging is only microscope, but this is not microscopy. I mean, there is a broad techniques available out there, and one of the main challenge I would say is also to not only communicate within the areas, but also between areas. I mean, for instance, you just mentioned that the first microscopy started in the 17th century here in Mexico, and then later on the field is increasing. I can say also that there are at least 3 institutes in optics that study that optics and everything that is related with microscopes is not directly, a microscope, but it's a research that helps to improve bioimaging. For instance, we in CISESE have a group that dedicates to the development of new techniques for microscopy, and we certainly, probably it's our fault that we don't communicate to all the community what we are doing. And this initiative is very good for that, to start communicating ourselves and share between different areas. We are optics, we are physicists, and I believe that more people, I mean, all the people here is biologists, I would say, or probably I'm wrong, but I mean, it is good to have this initiative to start to, to cover those lackages in this communication.
Good. So Vanessa, what is your opinion about the challenges which we face in Mexico?
I'm just here to listen, and thank you all for sharing very much. It's very interesting to hear what your challenges are, and hopefully how we can participate in maybe being a part of addressing them. One thing that did come to mind is, I'll share about this in our talk, but we are revamping our website, and one of the new features of our website is going to be a core facilities database, which we do already have, but it's going to be expanded to include technology and contact information and different stuff like that, so that hopefully we can really start fostering these interactions between labs, interactions between all of our countries, Canada, US, and Mexico. And so during my talk, I'll encourage people to please go add your facility, but we'd love to see that and expand the network, because it's really exciting to see how much of a community there truly is here in microscopy.
Lovely, thank you so much. Hey guys, I have to solve some administrative stuff here, so logistics and so on. Please keep discussing about everything you want. So this is a moment for you to interact each other. We still have 10 minutes for going forward. Okay, nice to see you guys.
Hi, thank you. So Vanessa, you said you're in Canada?
No, I'm in the United States, near Canada. I'm in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it just was asking because you said the link between Canada, United States, Mexico. So I thought you were in Canada.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Bioimaging North America represents US, Canada, and Mexico. So
okay.
Yeah, we work with people from all over and are here to share about, well, hopefully, we hope all of you will get involved.
Yes, I hope so. It'll be great. It'll be really, really great. And well, just to make a little bit. I met Adam a few months ago, and we had a microscope, and he gave a talk. Well, he and Chris Wood and a lot of Diego. They also gave us a talk, several days talk about microscopy, and that's what I said, because we don't know. We know we have these equipments, like I said, we know there's a group that work with imaging and microscopy and a lot of things related, but we don't really know what they do, and especially how to use that information, those methodologies, to the field we are working. So it was kind of that at the end of the course, this was like a seminarium, and then now we have a lot more information about what they do and what to do, and it was really interesting to at the end of the seminarium to see, oh, we can use this to some research we are doing on some projects we are working on. So it was really good. So now we always know that it's really important to communicate to community, to people in general, that the importance of this research or technologies or methods. But now it's more every time it's even more important to communicate, so we can make these bondings, these relationships with the other.
Absolutely.
That's really great. I don't know. I just received the invitation today. I don't know at what time it's your talk, Vanessa.
I think it's at 1600.
Okay.
Yeah, so 2 o'clock. I realized that the US changed times on Sunday, so we're a little bit off. Normally we're on the same time zone. So, but yes, I think it's 1600 your time.
Okay. Yes, I'm looking for it. And okay, super.
Yeah, I should be presenting with my colleague, Nikki Biley. She is actually flying here right now. We've yet to meet in person, so we're going to be meeting in person finally.
Okay. That's nice.
Yes.
Yeah, with this time, the pandemic event, we've come to meet a lot of people, but only through computer. So it's kind of nice when actually you meet someone.
Yes. I'm looking forward to when we can do that again.
Yes, I know. It's like we need to see the people. It's not like, we can talk through the computer and stuff like that, but it's like, it's not the same. You need to see the people.
Exactly.
This kind of communication, it's really important.
Yes.
So well, Adam said we have students. They don't want to share something. ¿Alguien quiere compartir algo? ¿Algunas dudas, preguntas? I guess no. Maybe they're too shy.
Yeah.
Too shy.
Okay. Please feel free to speak in Spanish. My understanding is okay. I'm very not good at speaking, but I'm happy to listen and
Yeah, don't. It's okay. I guess they're not gonna speak in Spanish or English. They're too shy.
That's okay too.
It's normal. When we are students, not all of them they free to speak.
What facility did you say you were at?
We are in Mérida, Yucatán, at the Yucatán Peninsula, and it's a research center. It has a huge name, but Centro de Investigación y Asistencia en Tecnología y Diseño del Estado de Jalisco. Yes, the name is Jalisco in the center of Mexico, but this research center has different units. So Mérida, Yucatán, in this the Yucatán Peninsula, there's a unit, and we are here. It's really hot. It's really nice. And so if ever you come, just give me a call and I can show you the institute.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Yeah, we really hope to have some BINA events in in Mexico. We would love for
Oh,
that to happen. So we're not sure the exact timeline, but we are definitely keeping that in mind. We recognize that most, especially those of us in Wisconsin and Canada, it's very, very cold this time of year. So we
yes,
would
I
love to
know.
have a winter event in Mexico.
Well, we're now 30 something, 36 degrees Celsius, so it's hot now.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And even though we are in winter, it's hot now. It's already hot. But well, we have different areas. We work in food technology. We have a laboratory for biotechnology in plants. And then we have a pilot plant for food industry. We work a lot with industry. We have scientific projects, but we also have a very close connection to the industry here in Yucatan. And we do a lot of things, a lot of things. And well, we also have projects with science based in science, but mostly we work with enterprises, with developing products, making healthier, make them we solve problems to the production and reducing different compounds like sugar, fat, and stuff like that. And we also make a lot of following to the scaling up. So basically we work with food technology. In fermentations, we also have a lot of projects using fermentations in food and to produce different biocompounds. So that's basically what we do.
That's amazing. That's really cool.
In case you come to Mexico, you're always welcome.
Yeah, thank you. That would be great.
Yes. So yeah, I was getting a message, but no, it's okay.
Yeah.
So, well, maybe we can wait a few minutes until the dog restarts. So I'm going to check a few things in the lab, so I'm coming back.
Yes. See you later.
¿Ya está? Tú me dices cuándo. ¿Listo? ¿Ahorita qué?
Ahorita que ya inicié, ya le pongo así. Ya. ¿Al otro?
Pero tengo que ver algo aquí, ¿o no?
No, no necesario. Ahí está ya.
Hello, everyone. My name is Xochitl Alvarado. I work at the Laboratorio Nacional de Microscopía Avanzada here in Cuernavaca. As part of this initiative, we are going to have 6 basic courses and 6 advanced courses in microscopy. The first session on fundamentals of microscopy practical schools will be held by Adán Guerrero from Laboratorio Nacional de Microscopía Avanzada, UNAM, in Cuernavaca. We will also have Mauricio Flores from Centro de Investigaciones en Óptica in Aguascalientes, and Ángela Ku from Centro de Investigación Científica in Yucatán.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me like this? It's okay? Yeah, okay. Okay, so now I'm going to speak in English. I really like this talk because it is the first one, the starting course that we have in the initiative. So you already know the team. So the people that participate in the organized the first Mexican workshop, it was Christopher Wood, Diego Delgado, and I, and we are part of the National Laboratory of Advanced Microscopy, which was already introduced in previous presentations. So I'm not going to develop a lot about the LNMA. But what I'm going to speak today is about what is happening right now. So in this moment, we are organized all together to connect each other in this kickoff meeting. I'm really pleased to be here with you. And tomorrow you will all be presenting what you do in your institutions, what is about the scientific role that you play in society, which we call it the scientific meeting. So later on, we will have the workshop, Fundamentals of Optical Microscopy, which is targeted for students that want to gather fundamentals both in theory and in practice in microscopy. Finally, we have a lovely, amazing event, which is an outreach event in which we are going to connect with early age children. Okay, so nowadays we have announced these events in social networks, and I'm going to speak what we are doing with the funding related to the course that are going to happen here in Cuernavaca. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to speak about the Simposio Científico de Microscopía Óptica, or this scientific meeting, and tomorrow, which will happen tomorrow. We will have the opening lectures in which Chris Good and Diego Delgado will speak about what is this initiative to society, to the people in our institution, in UNAM, and also we will have people assisting electronically. And also we have you, we have people from different countries, from different states in Mexico, speaking about maneuvers of microscopy to understand cell physiology, to understand nature. Finally, we have a couple of invited speakers which will be joining to this initiative, both in the scientific part, but also into the experience parts by providing us ideas of what they are doing in their institution. So the third day, we'll start with this first hands-on workshop on fundamentals of microscopy, and this is connected to the previous, namely. So we have now selected 22 students. 5 are from Cuernavaca, from Morelos state, and the others come from different parts of Mexico. All of these students got a fellowship to travel to Cuernavaca to assist the course, and the main idea is to support the development of microscopy in Mexico. Okay, so finally, the outreach event. This is a huge event in which we have an entire secundaria, which is an elementary school, with up to 200 students, and we will be executing several practices related to health, food, plants, fungi, crafting microscopes, and also we will have some other teachers moving from group to group with itinerant practices, and also students will have the opportunity to fold a foldscope, which is an origami microscope that we have here. At the end, or all along the activity, the students will go to a bioimaging workshop in which they will use the EducaMicros created by Educaciencia and in the Educascope project, which are microscopes 3D printed, which also have electronics and have the possibility to take pictures. So in these workshops, the students will explore the micro world, but also will generate evidence of the micro world. So they will learn what is the concept of bioimaging. At the end, so all of this was supported by Educaciencia, and these are the challenges that we face. In terms of expertise or technology to drive these workshops, we have you. And this is really a valuable contribution to society because you are experts in microscopy. Thank you all for coming to this event and for sharing your knowledge and your expertise with the people all around. What is the main challenge that we have and we are having right now in the organization of this project? You already saw it. We have problems of project management, publicity, and administrative supports that we are solving. So, for example, we need somebody that always work together with the people that is organizing the event to organize all the aspects to logistics, to bring people to the state, to solve the administrative issues, because funding is in a government institution, and we need to have collaboration between the scientific part, the logistics, and also the people that is handling the project. So here I want to recognize that the work done by Renee and Anabel Dominguez that have worked all together to make this possible, and also to the group of Educaciencia that provides a lot of support organizing this, the event of tomorrow, and also will have a strong impact and contribution in the outreach event. With this, I just want you to thank you and to spread and to tell you spread the word with your collaborators. Thanks so much.
Okay, so now it's time for Mauricio Flores.
Well, hello, everybody. Thanks a lot for the organizers, because it's not an easy challenge to try to put together many people that we are doing something related with microscopy across the country. So first of all, when we start to look for the slides, for the templates that Adam shared to us, well, one of the questions was, what is the meaning of EGAB? Well, we know that is the expanding global access to bioimaging. The main goal, obviously, is to have this network. Perhaps we can get so many extra values related with our researching. So that is very, very important, I think. So here I'm going to present a little bit where is CEO, and obviously try to ask some of the fundamental questions that are done for this meeting. So my colleague Valeria and myself, we are on the Centro de Investigaciones en Óptica, and this facility, it is okay. It is located obviously in Mexico. I take this image obviously from Google Maps, so it's from Google Maps. More specifically, we are in the central part of Mexico in a city called León. And more specifically, this is a up image of the center. And you can see over there a football soccer field. So if you feel stressed or something like that, you can go there and you can give some kicks to the ball or to your colleague, and you will be very, very, very happy. So there are some attractions in the city. One of the most is this church with very specific architecture. So in our team, we mainly are formed by Valeria Piazza, that it's here, and also our colleague Ramon Carriles and myself. Obviously, each other, we have different interests about of imaging microscopy. In my personal case, obviously I start to work with holographic techniques using in microscopy, and this obviously give to me many new possibilities about of the microscopy field. So we share these situations with, for example, with my colleague Ramon, that he is working in nonlinear optics and applications, for example, second harmonic generation. And obviously, Valeria is from biology, for the biology field, and she started to study the inner ear, and she thought that it's an amazing architecture. So obviously, I'm presenting some image. For example, we collaborate with some colleagues in the University of Guanajuato, there in León, and we are running some experiments to visualize collagen fibers for different applications, for example, for tissues, for hydrogels, and some other not conventional imaging techniques that I'm going to talk tomorrow. For example, the last image are nano antennas that are emitted in the 1,000 nanometers range, and we are trying to see how these nano antennas are emitting radiation with that specific wavelength. And obviously we use some nanoparticles in order to watch the magnetic field, basically. And this image is from Valeria, and this image is specifically from the inner ear, and you can see some very nice characteristics of the or imaging from the inner ear. So in my case, obviously, I was very motivated by different publications that is an actual work here in Mexico using optics for different biological applications. You can see from this. But for myself, back in 2010, I read this review, and I start to read some basic questions about of the, for example, the biomechanical properties that regulates the invasive cancer cells. And basically that basic questions is still how to explain why under some circumstances, the endothelium permits the transmission of the cellular cells, of the cancer cells, and under what conditions this is not possible. So that was one of my motivations back in the years. So our facility is not focused only in confocal microscopy. Actually, we have the size system that is a NLO microscope system, and we have confocal and multiphotonic capabilities, but also we have Raman spectroscopy, we have conventional microscopy, and we have and scanning electron microscopy from Geo, but that system is not configured for biological application, it's more for materials. So, but we have all these systems, and we can obtain different characteristics using these different techniques, getting some important parameters in a specific sample. Also, my colleague Valeria has his own laboratory that is linked with the microscope laboratory, And in that laboratory, it is possible to prepare some samples for the microscopy study. So she have in the past also some classes, workshops, school visits, and so on. Going to the goals for this initiative, bioimaging surrounded by photonics. In our case, we would like to be a bioimaging hub for the region. Obviously, we can complement our capabilities with all the capabilities that you have here, and obviously we can be more stronger if we share the capabilities of all the infrastructure in Mexico. So for that reason, some of the goals are support the scientific work of regional scientists. I show you in the previous slide some of our colleagues or collaborators that mainly are from University of Guanajuato, but we want to expand our collaboration network, have an impact in the formation of new generation of STEM students and many other levels, and thinking a little bit more in the goals of this initiative. Obviously, we're going to organize a 3-day or week meeting at CO facilities by the end of this year. We are thinking to have a general proposed talks in optics, not only in microscopy, but also in optics in general. Obviously, we're going to use some of the experience that we have collaborating with optics worldwide organization like the OSA and SPI. And obviously, we want to have our own event about science outreach. And you can read from this slide the specific goals. And obviously, we want to get all these goals completely done with obviously the help of all this community. We cannot make everything alone. So for that reason, it's important this meeting today. Working together, well, some specific answer to these basic questions. I leave this tough answer to my colleague Valeria, because she is smarter than me. And I'm just going to complement some of these points. Is there an expertise or technology that you currently don't have, but you will help with your project? Yes, we have some needs that maybe we can complement with your help. The main challenge for your project that this community could help to solve, mainly we have the same basic problem, the maintenance. Actually, we don't have too much money for that, so this is a good opportunity. And the last one is the truth. A national academic advertising for all of our laboratories. And as Valeria says, it has to be successful because we need to get some important funding. And the last thing, and the more important, actually in the bioimaging community, we cannot have only one technique to analyze the image. We can use different techniques. We can use algorithms, we can use some classical optics techniques and advanced optical techniques like photonics, using quantum basic acknowledgement and so on. So for that reason, I think that we have in this new big challenge to the next year. So that's it.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Voy a hablar en español, disculpa. Yo soy Ángela Q, vengo del Centro de Investigación Científica de Yucatán y les voy a presentar lo que hacemos nosotros. Trabajamos prácticamente 3 personas en el área de microscopía del centro. El centro, como pueden ver, se encuentra en el sureste del país y somos un centro público de investigación que proporcionamos servicio no solamente a nuestra comunidad, sino a toda la región, incluyendo Chiapas y Tabasco. Somos 3 personas que principalmente colaboramos en el área de microscopía. El doctor Enrique Castaño en la discusión de técnicas y algunos datos que tenemos que publicar con otras personas, otros colaboradores, discutimos las metodologías y las implementamos. Y la doctora Iliana Echeverría es la directora de nuestro departamento, que también nos apoya en cuanto a la administración y compra de insumos y equipamiento. ¿Cómo nació mi interés en la microscopía? Pues cuando se adquirieron aquí en el sureste, tenemos muy poco tiempo en el área de la microscopía ya como un servicio que prestemos a la comunidad. Y cuando se adquirió el primer microscopio, se me ofreció el puesto de estar como operadora y fui tomando los cursos. Posteriormente se compró y se adquirió el microscopio confocal y me ofrecí para ser como la persona encargada y responsable del funcionamiento. Y porque también es un área de interés que me ha fascinado desde hace mucho tiempo. El microscopio confocal funciona desde el 2013 y desde ese entonces hemos estado adquiriendo por medio de colaboraciones reactivos y material para poder trabajar. Prácticamente me formé con el doctor Chris hace 7 años, ya que mi formación académica no es propiamente en óptica, pero ha sido constante la capacitación y la aplicación de muchas metodologías de interés en nuestra área, que son prácticamente en plantas. ¿Cuáles son los principales usuarios que tenemos en CICI? Son estudiantes de posgrado que tienen proyectos relacionados al área, investigadores de otros centros públicos de investigación, universidades públicas y privadas de la ciudad de Mérida, y más recientemente algunas compañías que se han acercado para algún servicio en microscopía confocal o óptica. Nuestros recursos son muy limitados, tenemos un solo microscopio confocal, Olympus FB1000, y el año pasado nos aprobaron un proyecto de infraestructura de CONACYT y se adquirió un estereoscopio de fluorescencia para desahogar un poco el trabajo que realiza el confocal. Ha habido momentos en que se ha saturado y tenemos que tener como que una alternativa para cuando no se requiere esa técnica, ¿no? ¿Cuál ha sido las principales técnicas que hemos utilizado? Pues prácticamente lo que yo he aprendido al salir en cursos, en congresos y algunas estancias que he realizado es localización de proteínas, moléculas y sobre todo la preparación de la muestra. Esto ha sido prácticamente las acciones principales que hemos realizado durante los casi 9 años que tiene el equipo y el laboratorio de microscopía confocal. ¿Cuáles son nuestras metas por el proyecto? Pues conocer lo que hacen la mayoría de la gente en el país con estas técnicas de óptica, de microscopía confocal de óptica, adquirir más experiencia cuando se dé la oportunidad para aplicar nuevas técnicas de bioimagen y principalmente llevar este conocimiento a la comunidad de la región. Tenemos muy poca gente que se dedica al área y todos los cursos y congresos o alguna charla que les demos, siempre tenemos muy buena audiencia. En el último taller que pudimos organizar antes de la pandemia, tuvimos muchísimos estudiantes, casi llenamos un auditorio de estudiantes y casi porque era gratis, tuvimos muchísimo más gente que quería estar en contacto con nosotros. ¿Qué esperamos de este proyecto de bioimagen? Pues tenemos que mejorar mucho las técnicas que utilizamos, no siempre estar en lo mismo. Me gustaría aprender muchísimas otras aplicaciones que podemos hacer con nuestros proyectos, como son técnicas de super resolución, STOMS y otras. Y obtener recursos o colaboraciones con otras instituciones. Uno de los principales retos que tenemos que exponer es que no tenemos casi nada de infraestructura. Trabajamos con lo que tenemos de colaboración con algunos profesores del instituto y algunos reactivos que vamos consiguiendo en donación. ¿Cómo va a apoyar a la región este proyecto? Pues creo que va a ser de lo más importante que tenemos actualmente. Podemos llegar a muchísimas comunidades y muchos estudiantes que no tienen tienen el gusto o tienen el proyecto definido, pero no tienen las bases para poder aplicar la microscopía óptica y requieren de mucho apoyo. Muchas veces desde la preparación de la muestra hasta diseñar el ensayo es llevarlos de la mano. Y cuando tienen acceso a este tipo de cursos o talleres que les vamos a nosotros a implementar en octubre, me parece que en octubre vamos a tener los primeros talleres ahí, vamos a tener la proyección o el cuidado de que llegue a todas estas personas que no tenemos tanto acceso y movilidad para los cursos de bioimagen. Y pues la actividad de apropiación social del conocimiento, puesto que creo que somos de las regiones donde menos llega la tecnología y llevarlo a las comunidades o a las secundarias como se va a hacer acá, va a ser una muy buena experiencia y de mucha ayuda. Siempre ha sido de mucha ayuda llevar estos cursos y talleres en los cuales he participado en diferentes foros. Y pues creo que es todo. Gracias.
Bueno, si alguien tiene una pregunta para los ponentes que pasaron en esta sesión, ahora es el tiempo de que nos permita para que nos podamos acercar el micrófono. Si alguien tiene alguna duda aquí de manera presencial. ¿No? ¿Por el momento nadie? Ok. Entonces, ahorita es el tiempo para el break. Entonces, pueden estirarse un poco, están las tazas y hay un poco de cosas que ustedes pueden tomar. Gracias.
Supuestamente estoy yo, ya hablé con Adán porque yo tengo dos cursos, pero la presentación la tengo para el segundo bloque. Entonces, en este primer bloque después del break no expondré sino hasta el break.
Hasta aquí.
Hasta el
Okay.
segundo.
Entonces presentamos a Vadim.
Exacto.
Ok, gracias. Sí, de nada.
Ok, entonces es una que ya no. Lo voy a tachar. La leche que vamos a hacer.
Muy bien, ¿no?
No, voy a preguntar. A ver si lo recuerdo. Se me van los puntos. Listo. Bueno, yo creo que me lo he hecho todo. Well, hello everybody. My name is Vadim Perez. I am the director of National Laboratory of Advanced Microscopy, IMS. It's a great pleasure for me to be invited to be together with you today. So it's also a great pleasure to see many familiar faces and many new faces for me. I hope to connect with you during this event. So I will talk today about our laboratory that belongs to IMS. IMS is the Mexican Social Security Institute. It's by far the largest social security and healthcare provider in Mexico. So we are almost 500,000 workers distributed along all Mexico. And this institution provides healthcare services and social security to more than 54 million people, also along all the country. So part of the IMSS are more than 200 hospitals, more than 1,000 medical units. There are also high specialty medical units, mostly located in Mexico City. And there are a lot of smaller healthcare provider spots, and also distributed along the Mexican Republic. So our laboratory is very small. It is located in the National Medical Center, Siglo XXI, in Mexico City, and is composed of two persons. Me and my colleague, the histotechnologist, Adrian Palma. So my interest in microscopy got from like two very basic ideas. I was formed as electrophysiologist, and so as plant electrophysiologist. And so from long time ago, I knew about electrophysiological processes in plants. Perhaps you know the Venus flytrap, which is a carnivorous plant, and the mimosa, which you can touch, and it bends its leaves. So it was always like very interesting to know not only how these electrical processes occur in this organism, but to be able to visualize them directly. So very recently it became possible due to the usage of genetically encoded tools and techniques of microscopy, fluorescence microscopy. And of course, another important advantage, like very amazing application, was for me, the opportunity to see samples like 2D samples from glass light, to have the opportunity to visualize like microscopic objects, but in 3D, to see how these different physiological processes, they change during time, but in the whole volume of the analyzed organism.
So here's a brief overview of our laboratory. We started operations in 2015 as the IMS branch of the National Laboratory for Advanced Microscopy. This is a fruit of the collaboration between UNAM, National Laboratory of Advanced Microscopy UNAM, and our institution, Mexican Social Security. So we actually belong to the network of the national laboratories under the auspices of CONACYT. We are part of the program of the National Laboratories of Advanced Microscopy. Our main users are clinical researchers and basic researchers that investigate the mechanism behind human diseases. For instance, our users, they participate in the analysis of the distributions of SARS-CoV-2 virus in tissue samples of COVID patients. Our responsibilities are providing optical microscopy services, for instance, confocal microscopy and related, wide field microscopy, macro semi-automatic slide scanning for diagnosis and other clinical applications. Also, as a core facility, we link users from different research units by knowing their specific research interests. We also provide training, disseminate knowledge, and provide services of high histology for research and diagnosis. Our imaging expertise includes sample preparation and troubleshooting, high histology and sample staining, confocal and optical microscopy, application of fluorescent proteins and genetically encoded sensors. So, and this is a brief overview of the project we plan to organize in our facility. This is a long-standing project I have been keeping in mind. I think this is the perfect opportunity to carry out these activities. So I'm interested in culturing slices, tissue slices, for microscopy as a solution to reduce bioethical concerns related to animal usage in experiments. So instead of using a lot of animals for like experiments, we can make tissue slices from one animal, let's say, and use these tissue slices to perform the required experiments. So this will be a 3-day course to be held in the second trimester of 2024. We will count with 2 invited national speakers with travel expenses covered, fellowships for up to 15 students from other regions here in Mexico, also with travel expenses covered. We will have distribution of promotional materials, 5 kits of Educascopes, Educamacro and Educamicro, and 50 Foldscope, and also the coverage of other possible expenses like reactives and other materials required to fill the project. So the goals of this project is the preparation and culturing of culture slices, of tissue slices, sorry, label subpopulation of the cultured tissue slice, and then time-lapse observation of the labeled cells in cultured tissue slice. So we hope that this activity will be very informative, and will provide to the assistants information about how living samples can be sometimes more informative than fixed samples are. So, and finally, some questions asked to us as a community. So is there an expertise or technology that we we currently don't have, but would help with the project. So we feel a big need in image analysis specialists and engineers who could apply all the low-cost alternatives that have already been published. So, and a concomitant problem is the absence of vacancies for such specialists. At least in our institution, it's like a big problem. So what is the main challenge for our project that this community could help solve? Hopefully finding and securing funding, mostly for equipment maintenance, as previously our colleague said. And how can this community work together to help advancing bioimaging in our region? So I think that it's very important to improve logistics and establish an imaging ecosystem. So we are growing, of course. Our activity is very important, but still for the area of Mexico, the number of microscopy units is still very sparse. And this, I feel, in many cases is prohibiting for potential users to come and use the equipment. So they need something more than just the microscopy techniques if they want to make something apart from take images from their slides. So I think it's all.
Necesito hacerle un cambio rápido en la presentación. Sí.
¿No quieres que te presente?
Sí, sí, nomás sí, le voy a hacer una pequeña edición.
Sí.
Una pequeña gran edición. Es que sí, la regué.
Now we will have Diego Delgado from Laboratorio Nacional de Microscopía Avanzada, Centro de Investigación Científica y de Educación Superior de Ensenada. Bienvenido.
Gracias. Okay, hello again. And I'm going to present the idea that we have for our workshop, which will be held in 2024. We made a slight change to the original program. So yeah, Okay, so we will do a fundamentals in microscopy practical school. Let me introduce you the team of Element A successor, our leader, our fearless leader, Rosa Mourinho, which started we started as we started as a microscopy, microscopy unit at CICESE in 2017. So when the microbiology department at CICESE was founded around 2005, they bought the first electron microscope at TEM, Hitachi electron microscope, and the Olympus FP1000 confocal microscope. So with time, they decided to establish it as a core facility for providing services. So we started as a unit. I was hired in 2017. And then the next year, we became part of the national laboratory system. Gabi is right here. She became part of the LMA last year, so she's about to turn 1 year as our technician. Our other technician, Fabian Alonso, is in the optics department. I have to mention that the unit of microscopy, it's a collaboration, started as a collaboration between the microbiology department at CICESE and the optics department. So in microbiology, where we have the confocal microscope, our job was to provide services. And in the optics department, they are working with light sheet microscopy, developing their own microscope. So we were divided by these two sections, services and development, intellectual development. I already showed you my first presentation where we are located. I will show you quickly here. So the whole first floor is the microbiology department. We are located here. Here's the map. Here is WLSX, is the highway that I talked about earlier. And as you can see, we are in the microbiology department. We have this idea or like a dream that may come true soon, building making up a new building which will have the nice microscopes, but that still hasn't been done. So we hope that in the future we will have our own building where we will have a teaching classroom, a wet lab, and spaces for the microscope. So as you can see here, this is in the same room, so it's not the optimal conditions for having our microscopes. We're working on that. I'm sorry, but I didn't put the picture for the electron microscope here. I will show it tomorrow in my talk. And here is the microbiology department laboratory. And as you can see, it's pretty busy. Right now, there are 5 researchers working in the same laboratory. So that's the reason why we need a new building, because we don't fit anymore. So we need more space. So for our fundamental microscopy workshop, we will work with basic microscopes that we have in the department. Hopefully, we will find a bigger place in the next couple of years to prepare for this. So thank you, Angela, for making the change in the plan. And we will also work with the optics department. That's the idea. For our outreach activity, we have also an interesting background. What you are seeing here is a series of workshops that we did on the peninsula. We are located here in Ensenada, and we made a tour, a one-week tour. Not just microscopy, but a lot of different departments from CISESE that have also outreach activities. We made a road trip from Ensenada to El Rosario, which are pretty isolated communities, and we had a really good response. Okay. Yeah, so we already have experience arranging this workshop. We work alongside the communications department at CISESE, and we hope that when our time comes to years from now, we also work with the communications department. That's okay. I can finish. Okay. So here we see these students. These are middle school students using the false codes. So they have really good time. We're really hoping that this will be replicated here on Friday and on your places in the future. And finally, well, I think that a lot of the problems are common for the units. Well, that's our technology. We also are really interested in developing analysis of images. I think that's what we like the most. Last year, I came here to Cuernavaca to help to give a workshop, which for me was really enriching. I don't know which word, but enriching. Yeah, because I got to learn a lot from analysis, which I know is something that I like. So the main challenge also for our project, I think, is the same problem that we have, funding for maintenance, and also how can this community work together. I think we all have the same idea. We need to promote our services. We were talking earlier in the coffee break that most of the time we have the technology, we have the microscopes, but the people, the other researchers don't know that we are there for them. So we need to make a good effort to make ourselves known so everybody can benefit from our services. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, so for next talk, please welcome Roberto Lopez with the topic Scientific and Social Observatory of the Impact of Microscopy in Mexico.
Bien, pues buenos días. Yo voy a presentar en español y bueno, les voy a presentar esta propuesta. Vengo de parte del Laboratorio Nacional de Microscopía Avanzada, del Instituto de Biotecnología y de la Facultad de Psicología. Y bueno, yo soy Roberto López Olmedo y pues realmente me acabo de integrar al equipo, a esta propuesta, y espero que bueno, las contribuciones que pueda hacer sean de utilidad al proyecto y al grupo. Y bueno, comento rápidamente, yo soy psicólogo social, parte de la Facultad de Psicología de la UNAM, hice un doctorado en desarrollo científico y tecnológico para la sociedad en el CIMBESTAB, un programa transdisciplinario, y durante los últimos 20 años me he dedicado al estudio de la ciencia y la tecnología. Particularmente durante los últimos 10 años me he venido especializando en la perspectiva transdisciplinar. Y bueno, mi interés en el campo es porque la microscopía es un campo icónico del ámbito científico que desde su origen en el siglo XVI ha promovido su desarrollo y su institucionalización. Y bueno, en este sentido, pues han sido dos de los aspectos que me han interesado desde que inicié mis estudios sobre la ciencia, el tema el desarrollo y la institucionalización de la ciencia en México. Y bueno, pues aquí estoy. A nadie le queda duda del impacto que ha tenido la ciencia en el mundo, ¿no? Y los cambios que ha generado en la actualidad. Algunos datos que se pueden observar es que la producción científica mundial oscila entre 9 y 12 millones de artículos al año, aproximadamente desde el 2020. En datos más recientes de la plataforma donde se puede verificar con mayor certeza esta información, que es la Web of Science, podemos encontrar que para el año 2021 se produjeron o se publicaron un poco más de 3.5 millones de artículos. Esto lo pongo porque, bueno, habla de la enorme complejidad que está mostrando el desarrollo científico, en el cual, bueno, pues observa una tendencia creciente que no ha parado, pero aproximadamente del 2010 hacia la fecha se nota un crecimiento todavía un poco más vertiginoso. Esto ha hecho que se presenten diversos fenómenos dentro del campo de la ciencia que tiene que ver con aspectos como la producción, costos, tiempos, colaboración, coautorías, pero sobre todo la gran complejidad que está envolviendo al ámbito científico. Un fenómeno de estos, pues, es el campo de física de altas energías o de partículas, en donde podemos encontrar artículos con más de 3,000 autores, ¿no? Que eso implica un reto en sí mismo grandísimo. México no está alejado de ese modelo, no es ajeno a ese esquema de desarrollo científico, y podemos encontrar que para el 2021 se publican más de 30,000 artículos por año, igual mostrando una tendencia creciente desde hace 50 años, desde 1970 hasta la actualidad. Y también se observan muchos fenómenos interesantes. Yo comento uno de ellos que tiene que ver con... va más adelante. Esto tiene que ver con la enorme complejidad de la ciencia. Así, el ejemplo que muestro de este fenómeno es el tema de un campo que he venido estudiando, que es la participación de actores no académicos que producen conocimiento y que para el 2015 representaba el 20% de las colaboraciones o participaciones y que era responsable aproximadamente del 10% de las publicaciones científicas. Este es un fenómeno que viene en aumento, como lo muestro al final, con uno de los actores sociales, que son las organizaciones de la sociedad civil, y que es a partir del 2004 donde se observa este aumento. Esto se da en todo este conjunto de actores sociales, que son más de 100, y que, bueno, están incidiendo hoy en la actividad científica. De hecho, inclusive pienso en esta comunidad que se está planteando realizar, que algunas de sus publicaciones no tendrían que ser necesariamente vinculadas directamente a su filiación institucional, sino que inclusive podrían incluir y que le daría identidad al grupo que pudieran publicar como parte de la comunidad de Bioimagen México, ¿no? Como planteando esta propuesta. Pero ¿a qué se debe este crecimiento de manera mayoritaria? Bueno, se ha observado que este crecimiento viene pegado o vinculado al desarrollo universitario que ha tenido México. Se puede observar que hay un crecimiento en la cantidad de universidades que se han venido creando en México, la matrícula que se ha ampliado, la cantidad de docentes universitarios, estudiantes de posgrado, docentes de posgrado, y, bueno, algunos programas icónicos como el SNI, que muestra una tendencia creciente y que actualmente tenemos más de 30,000 investigadores nacionales. Algunos de los proyectos icónicos que han promovido esto y que se espera o se esperaba que fuera el programa de laboratorios nacionales han sido el Sistema Nacional de Investigadores, el Programa Nacional de Posgrados de Calidad, el PRODEP y las becas de doctorado. Bien, sobre el campo de bioimagen, algunos datos que encontramos y que, bueno, han sido vinculados por parte del grupo del Laboratorio Nacional de Microscopía Avanzada, es que en un par de aproximaciones encontramos que en estudios bibliométricos, cuando uno utiliza el término microscopía y lo busca, por decir en este caso, en campos como biología o salud, ciencias de la vida y ciencias de la salud, podemos encontrar que el uso aparece en el 11% de los productos académicos. Cuando uno focaliza y busca el tema de México, bueno, uno puede encontrar que esta cifra aumenta a un 14%, lo que podría indicar que el campo de la microscopía en México está más o menos bien establecido. Sin embargo, cuando uno focaliza más a la búsqueda de técnicas avanzadas, uno puede encontrar que no es de esta forma, ya que la producción científica con técnicas avanzadas a nivel mundial es de 1.85% comparado con el 0.25% que representan las producciones mexicanas. En otra aproximación que se realizó, se pudo identificar que la producción global en la Web of Science, con el uso del término microscopía, que incluye campos inclusive de las ciencias sociales o las artes, esta producción pasó del 0.3% en 1950 a 2.5 en 2018, y el dato es significativo. Yo, que no estoy cercano al campo, yo pensaba que esta tendencia era descendiente, ¿no? Sin embargo, me sorprendió que a pesar del incremento de la producción científica mundial, este campo va en aumento y muestra una tendencia creciente de manera exponencial. El campo de la microscopía en México, su desarrollo ha sido un campo que se ha venido estableciendo sobre todo a finales del siglo XIX, de manera particular y de manera individualizada, y este fenómeno ha venido creciendo y se ha venido desarrollando poco a poco, pero se ha visto forzado en las últimas décadas debido a los altos costos y al nivel de profesionalización, lo que ha promovido lo que ahora muchos de ustedes trabajan, los espacios en donde se encuentran, que son los centros o los espacios centrales de microscopía, que bueno, han marcado un cambio en el campo de la microscopía. Estas estructuras pues han mostrado una tendencia que sigue en aumento debido, sobre todo, y que inclusive escuchaba en las pequeñas pláticas que tuvimos hace rato en las mesas de trabajo, respecto al nivel de profesionalización que se requiere, ¿no? Donde muchos de ustedes inclusive han tenido que ir al extranjero para poder capacitarse. Otro ejemplo de la complejidad del campo y de las dificultades que se enfrentan es otro estudio que acaba de salir hace un par de semanas, en donde en Inglaterra o en Reino Unido se encontró que el campo de la bioimagen mostraba un soporte de más de 50 millones de libras en tan solo 5 años en equipamiento, y que la infraestructura total de bioimagen en Inglaterra es de alrededor de 100 millones de libras, lo que es el equivalente a más o menos 2.000 millones de pesos mexicanos. Entre 2002 y 2018, que es algo que ya presentó Diego y que ha presentado Adam, pues se dio la conformación de laboratorios nacionales CONACYT, y bueno, esta es una propuesta, una política pública que tenía la pretensión de fortalecer, sobre todo descentralizar y fortalecer las infraestructuras foráneas a la Ciudad de México. Y que bueno, dio la posibilidad de que se creara el Laboratorio Nacional de Microscopía Avanzada en el 2013 en el Instituto de Biotecnología, y teniendo que para el 2015 se integra el Centro Médico Nacional Siglo XXI del IMSS, y en el 2018 el CICES. Esto marcó una nueva etapa en el proceso de desarrollo del Centro de Bioimagen del Instituto de Biotecnología, y lo interesante es que son como muy inquietos los colegas de este espacio, y han planteado una nueva estrategia de desarrollo, pero ahora más interesante, tratando de integrar a toda la comunidad de bioimagen. Y bueno, ellos me hacen esta pequeña invitación para formar parte de este proyecto, en el cual, bueno, pues espero contribuir, y que corresponde al desarrollo de un observatorio científico y social respecto al campo de la microscopía en México, que yo le llamaría el campo de la bioimagen en México, y que tiene particularidades muy específicas. Este ha sido motivado por la creciente complejidad del campo y, bueno, las necesidades de profesionalización y de la consolidación de una comunidad académica. En la actualidad se pueden observar que existen deficiencias en capacidades, en infraestructura, en costos, en complejidad que esta comunidad podría solventar de alguna manera y promueve el vínculo entre una sociedad más amplia. Sobre todo lo interesante es que la propuesta incluye una posible vinculación o una interacción más cercana con la sociedad o incluso con otros actores sociales con los cuales es relevante. También en las mesas de trabajo me quedaba pensando que en una primera etapa es importante vincular a toda la comunidad de bioimagen, pero también es importante vincularse y capacitar a los usuarios, ¿no? Uno como usuario, ¿cómo va a pedir un servicio cuando ni siquiera sabe que existe? Entonces tiene que fomentar una cultura que promueva el uso de estos servicios en la sociedad. En el tema del campo social, no lo pongo, pero se incluye una parte de un proceso de estudio de percepción social que podría incidir en la formación de futuros investigadores, y si no son futuros investigadores, posiblemente sí puedan ser futuros usuarios. Algunos de los intereses que tiene este observatorio, que quizás yo considero y que lo pongo como el principal en este momento, en este momento de arranque, es el establecer una línea base, un punto de partida que permita evaluar el impacto que pueda tener esta intervención, porque el gran problema que tienen los programas cuando tratan de hacer una evaluación de impacto es que no tienen con qué comparar. Entonces el punto de arranque es establecer esta línea base, saber cómo estamos en un diagnóstico amplio a nivel científico y a nivel social para ver los efectos directos e indirectos que esto puede provocar en la sociedad mexicana y en la comunidad científica nacional. Lo que buscamos es ofrecer en esta primera etapa, ofrecer todos los datos posibles que contribuyan al desarrollo y profesionalización de la comunidad en bioimagen, y bueno, identificar aquellos aspectos vinculados a la sociedad en el campo, vinculados a una cultura compatible con el campo de la bioimagen. El observatorio ha venido tomando relevancia en los últimos años, parte de un modelo que a lo mejor algunos de ustedes ya conocen, vinculado a lo que han sido las oficinas de transferencia tecnológica y los programas de vigilancia tecnológica. Sin embargo, es un modelo más avanzado porque si bien esos espacios ofrecen mucha información, quedaban restringidos a espacios limitados. Esto lo que busca es hacer que la sociedad tenga un acceso abierto a estos datos, pero sobre todo que esté vinculado a una comunidad que tenga posibilidad de acceder a esos datos, y en futuros procesos de este observatorio que sean los propios miembros de la comunidad en bioimagen los que alimenten esta información o este observatorio para generar estos vínculos con la sociedad. Algunos antecedentes teóricos del modelo es que estas estructuras se han desarrollado a partir de los estudios sobre la ciencia y que tienen la intención de reflexionar sobre el propio desarrollo de la actividad científica. Habitualmente estamos acostumbrados a un modelo donde está el investigador que observa un mundo, que interactúa, pero en el mejor de los casos, este propio investigador reflexiona sobre sí mismo. Un poco la idea del observatorio y de la generación de una comunidad en bioimagen permitiría un tercer actor o un segundo actor que ayude al análisis de este proceso, a reflexionar y observar el fenómeno que se da de manera particular y de manera integrada, para reflexionarlo de manera amplia y promover acciones con evidencia científica para el desarrollo de sus acciones. Las metas que se propone lograr en esta primera etapa del observatorio científico y social es que se pretende desarrollar obviamente el observatorio como un mecanismo para monitorear la situación del campo de bioimagen en México. Una segunda meta es identificar las características de la comunidad mexicana en bioimagen, su infraestructura, su grado de profesionalización, y cómo está constituida la comunidad, si existen pequeños grupos ya desarrollados, si está totalmente dispersa, cómo está. La idea es hacer este mapeo, dónde están, qué regiones están más fuertes y cuáles son las áreas de oportunidad. Finalmente, una tercera meta es identificar los aspectos de la sociedad que se vinculan con el campo de la microscopía. Se ha identificado que el tema de los microscopios en etapas tempranas, sobre todo en la educación secundaria y bachillerato, cuando se tiene esta experiencia, cambian procesos cognitivos en las personas. Y eso permite observar una realidad diferente a como lo ve la sociedad en general. Queremos indagar un poco más de cómo es este vínculo en México, que sabemos que existe, pero no es una situación generalizada. Y bueno, se nos hace interesante el proyecto de comunicación y apropiación social de la ciencia que promueve este proyecto y que planeamos también medir. Y finalmente, contribuir con toda esta información a la consolidación de una comunidad integrada y profesionalizada en bioimagen. Y pues muchas gracias. Así todas las preguntas que quieran hacer, por favor, porque yo no sé qué puede ser de su interés.
Muchas gracias. Creo que es la primera vez que una charla en esta experiencia. Tengo una pregunta. ¿Cómo es que estos desde el cual puedes empezar a compararnos, estamos avanzando? ¿Cómo que puedes tener algunos mecanismos? ¿Qué mecanismos de indicadores para cosas de cosas?
Bueno, no se escucha, creo. El otro micrófono no se escucha. Ya está. Bueno, los principales mecanismos que tenemos para medir esto en una etapa inicial es un estudio bibliométrico amplio y profundo a nivel microsocial, donde podamos tener información desde lo macro, que es a nivel país, a nivel estado, a nivel institución, e inclusive tratar de aproximarnos a tener los indicadores a nivel de investigadores. Eso en el ámbito científico. Los estudios bibliométricos permiten inclusive conocer el tipo de instrumentos que utilizan, y eso nos permitiría mapear qué instrumentos hay por región. Nos permite identificar el tipo de técnicas que se utilizan. Entonces también nos permite mapear el tipo de capacidades científicas. Por la parte del ámbito social se plantea hacer un estudio amplio de percepción social en todas las secundarias, o bueno, las que se puedan en las comunidades académicas, de los lugares donde se va a desarrollar los proyectos de intervención. Y eso nos permitiría, es interesante esto de los estudios de percepción, y quizás me detengo un segundito en eso. Cuando uno habla de un objeto, yo puedo hablar de esto y digo, bueno, es un regalo, pero no tengo una aproximación. Cuando digo, bueno, es una taza, entonces me puedo tomar un té y demás. En la medida en que yo me acerco a conceptos cada vez más específicos y que implican acción, yo tengo conocimiento de la cercanía que tengo con el objeto que estudio. De manera inicial, suponemos que vamos a encontrar dos grupos, los que han tenido un vínculo con el microscopio y que pueden dar una referencia más fina del objeto, pero va a haber otros que no lo tengan. Entonces, un dato tan simple como ¿has tenido acceso a un microscopio, sí o no?, nos va a dar un indicador, que esperemos que eso cambie en los próximos años y que contribuya a una comunidad más cercana a la comunidad. Y bueno, de ahí el abanico de posibilidades de investigar esto es muchísimo más amplio. El que más nos interesaría, o que yo a nivel académico y profesional estaría más interesado, es el tema de la apropiación del conocimiento. ¿Qué tanto esto cambia y rompe nuestras barreras cognitivas para pensar un mundo diferente desde el campo de la microscopía? Entonces, es un poco.
Hay
Gracias. Sí, muy interesante la charla porque es en una perspectiva general de nosotros. Pero estas cuestiones de los procesos cognitivos de manera de abordar un problema, pues viene desde también las matemáticas y la física. O sea, no sé en tu perspectiva si lo ven como una cuestión aislada, es un sistema con el cual voy a interactuar el estudiante, o también conlleva otros procesos cognitivos que van acompañados precisamente con ciencias físicas y matemáticas. No sé cómo lo van a abordar ese ejercicio.
Hay una técnica realmente que vamos a usar, sobre la cual nos estamos pasando para el estudio de percepción social, que se llama representación. Esta es una técnica exploratoria porque no sabemos qué existe en el campo, pero si hay incidencia en el campo de la física, de la matemática, de la biología, esta técnica nos va a dar elementos cuantitativos y cualitativos para abordar el tema de la percepción social. Entonces, lo interesante de esta técnica es que no se queda con elementos puramente cuantitativos que no permiten un análisis o una comparación empírica, sino que estos datos cuantitativos nos permiten identificar qué tanto el vínculo con el término está relacionado con los efectos orientados a la matemática, a la solución de problemas, a la biología, a qué dimensión de análisis se están requiriendo, si solamente va a lo micro o da capacidades inclusive de identificar cuestiones nano. Por decir, por poner un ejemplo, hace unos meses, o bueno, un mes, platicando de este proyecto con algunos colegas, salió el tema de si ya se había observado no, el virus, ¿no? El SARS-CoV-2 a través del microscopio. Y esa es una duda que tiene la sociedad. Platicando con Adam le decía, bueno, sí se ha podido observar, se ha aplicado artificial para darle una idea al modelo. Pero hasta hace unos meses, creo que la observación de un virus estaba más allá de la capacidad de los microscopios. Y estos son temas que podrían ser de interés a la sociedad, porque la sociedad da por hecho que uno puede leer un virus, da por hecho que se puede ver un átomo. Y eso es parte de la cultura académica, de la cultura científica de la sociedad. Ir aclarando estos aspectos, pero si no dialogamos y si no nos cuestionamos esto, ni siquiera sabemos por dónde entrarle a la sociedad y explicar cosas. Y esa es la relevancia de este proyecto. También va vinculado y va muy de la mano el interés con la parte social, porque de pronto ha habido un hermetismo del ámbito científico a la sociedad. Lo que comentaba, las oficinas de transferencia tecnológica y los mecanismos de vigilancia tecnológica han sido orientados principalmente a la parte comercial o empresarial. Pero hay otros sectores de la sociedad que están tocando las puertas a la universidad y que piden que haya espacios de interacción con ellos. La idea del observatorio permite eso, abrir las puertas a toda la gama, inclusive a la sociedad en general, que pudieran desde etapas tempranas estar interesados en temas como este. Creo que, no sé si respondí.
Entonces, sí, bueno, en parte de mi pregunta también estaba algo relacionado con este lector. Perdón, muchas gracias por la plática, sí, es completamente diferente. Sí, mi pregunta va sobre si hay temas relacionados de otras áreas, porque ahorita estás enfocado en microscopía, pero de donde se pudiera tomar como, digamos, el ejemplo de cómo se está desarrollando, o a dónde se pudiera ir la microscopía precisamente para tener más precisión. O sea, que se tomara algo como ejemplo.
Ha habido unos pocos estudios que encontramos para abordar este tema que han sido enfocados sobre todo para la formación de estudiantes de posgrado en el campo de microscopía, en el área de biología. Lejos de eso no hay otros estudios, entonces también eso nos dio la oportunidad de plantear esta propuesta como un modelo novedoso, original e inclusive de frontera, ¿no? Sobre todo porque sale de una comunidad que tiene interés en este campo y que, a diferencia de otros observatorios que se han desarrollado, suelen ser muy generales, suelen cubrir estructuras a nivel nacional o internacional, pero no logran llegar a partes sutiles donde la información pueda ser más práctica, más útil para la comunidad. Entonces este proyecto y esta idea de inicio lleva la intención de generar un conocimiento utilizable y eso le da una ventaja enorme. Todas las aportaciones que ustedes me puedan hacer y que puedan decir o que puedan plantear se pueden incluir en el proyecto que apenas está en proceso de desarrollo. Entonces también lo que quieran comentar, pues, estamos abiertos.
Entonces, sí, más bien es al revés, ¿no? Nosotros vamos a generar las bases, digamos, ¿no? Los desarrollos de otras áreas que quieran funcionar en cuestiones sociales.
Es una vinculación de las dos, justo es como lo que comentaban hace rato en la mesa, se requieren mecanismos de diálogo, pero sobre todo de disposición. En ocasiones los científicos somos muy cerrados y a la primera que no entendemos, pues aventamos la toalla, ¿no? Y decimos, no, yo ya no quiero. Yo creo que un poco la intención es también forzarnos y tener apertura, escuchar al otro y aprender y tratar de vincular. A lo mejor a la primera nos cuesta un poco de trabajo, a la segunda va a ser más fácil, pero va a llegar el momento en que esto sea de una manera más fluida y es a lo que tenemos que aspirar la mayoría.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Y ya creo que no sé.
Hola, pues, gracias por la y mi pregunta es, con este proyecto, ya iba hablando de la percepción social y todo esto, no sé si se ha contemplado en algún momento pensar en estrategias quizás para convencer a los tomadores de decisiones en el tema de financiamiento. Entonces, digo, o sea, mencionaste en el Reino Unido, y bueno, microscopía como comunidad. Bueno, aquí se está formando apenas la comunidad, pues, entonces quizás este proyecto en algún momento pueda dar alguna estrategia para atraer recursos, ¿no? A la comunidad.
Sí, la propuesta, en la medida en que ustedes contribuyan a reglamentar ese observatorio, va a ser primordialmente un observatorio virtual, va a estar alojado en un espacio donde puedan integrar información. Eso permitiría generar vínculos con otros actores sociales. Siempre el gobierno tiene la renuencia un poco de la parte económica, pero hay muchas formas de vincularse y atraerlos. Con mi tutora del postdoc aquí en el CRIM, ella investigó un tema muy interesante y cercano en el campo de la agroecología en México, donde tienen redes de colaboración tan importantes que el gobierno forma parte de su observatorio y de sus estructuras de toma de decisiones, y eso hace que el vínculo que hay entre los esquemas de investigación, intervención y desarrollo sea entre varios actores sociales, productores, gobierno, academia y sociedad o usuarios de la sociedad. Entonces, esperemos que con esas experiencias se pueda retroalimentar esto en algunas otras etapas. Ahorita lo que estamos enfocados es en el tema de generar los elementos que permitan integrar a la comunidad y conocer sus capacidades, para después poder ir planteando cosas como esta de incidencia política o vinculación con gobierno. Y el dato interesante que bien comentas es que en Reino Unido justo hicieron un ejercicio como este y la estimación la sacaron a partir de identificar más o menos cuántos equipos tienen, pero tampoco tienen la certeza. Es más preciso nuestro modelo que el que ellos usaron. Entonces probablemente podríamos tener una sorpresa de que la inversión no esté muy alejada, por lo poco que yo alcancé a escuchar en estas pequeñas sesiones. Hay muchos equipos en esto. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Aquí apagado. Sí. Next, on session 3, we will have hands-on workshops on advanced topics on bioimaging with Mónica Ramírez from Facultad de Ciencias, UNAM, in Mexico City, with initiation to advanced microscopy.
Sorry, because when I speak in our language, parlo català. Bueno, quisiera comentar ¿Aquí? Ay, perdón, aquí. Bien, bien, perdón. Bueno, comenzar un poco, yo me formé en Barcelona, tuve una beca y trabajé con gente que utilizaba todas las técnicas de microscopía avanzada en proyectos de conservación del patrimonio cultural en diferentes proyectos en Italia, en España, en Malta y en otros lugares. Y el reto para ellos era trabajar con gente que pudiera involucrarse con otras áreas geográficas. Entre ellas, bueno, resultó el proyecto financiado por el programa ALBAN de la Comunidad Europea para poder realizar todas estas actividades. Eso me valió la oportunidad de llegar al Instituto de Ecología, que se encuentra en la ciudad de Jalapa, en el estado de Veracruz, y fui la responsable de esta unidad. El instituto, o al menos la unidad de microscopía avanzada, nace en el 2015, me incorporé en el 2017 hasta el 2021, y en esta unidad, además de dar servicios, de capacitar, de proveer de varias actividades, tanto para estudiantes de posgrado como actividades para niños, dábamos visitas guiadas y demás, y éramos parte fundamental en el desarrollo de proyectos multidisciplinarios y además de proyectos, de los megaproyectos. Dentro de los principales usuarios, además de contar con la gente que pertenece al instituto, nos fuimos vinculando con empresas para traer más recursos a la unidad y resolverles problemáticas concretas. Las empresas se acercaban a nosotros, nos exponían la problemática y resolvíamos con la microscopía darles las herramientas para poder obtener los mejores resultados. Dentro de los usuarios, comenté hace un momento, eran dentro de los proyectos grandes, uno que fue financiado durante 3 años, el proyecto por decir PRONACES del 2017, donde la problemática era controlar una plaga que afectaba principalmente cultivos de aguacate. Aquí se trabajaban, se realizaban muchas de las actividades de biocontrol, tanto de biocontrol con bacterias como de biocontrol con algunos extractos vegetales, y además de poder resolver respecto a lo que prolongar o extender un poco más la vida de los frutos, haciendo revisiones sobre la cultura del aguacate, vinculándolo con la parte de las proteínas en busca de mejoras para poder mantener más tiempo este producto. Otras de las cosas que trabajábamos era, siendo Veracruz una de las regiones más importantes cafetaleras, se proveía también de servicios, en este caso se colaboró con el Instituto Francés de Ciudad, con el cual se intentó revisar cuáles eran las mejores condiciones que favorecían la producción cafetalera, a modo de tener y poder transmitir esta información directamente a los interesados, que son los agricultores. Además, de intentar controlar varias de las plagas que afectan a los frutos del café y que vuelven inservibles, las pérdidas económicas son importantes. Bueno, mi participación dentro de la comunidad es sobre los cursos. Esta propuesta sobre iniciación de la microscopía avanzada. Este curso nace
precisamente de la necesidad que fueron mostrando muchos de los usuarios que llegaban al servicio, solicitando un servicio determinado sin saber qué era lo que estaban buscando. Muchos de los estudiantes querían hacer muchas actividades, pero aparte de los recursos, siendo técnicas tan claras, resultaba que no podían resolver las necesidades. Este curso nace con principios básicos y después se suman la parte de análisis de imagen, que Ada nos acompaña en la segunda edición del curso, y así se va generando una comunidad más amplia. Y para esta primera propuesta, en caso de dos cursos, uno de avanzada, que se realizará en el mes de junio en la Facultad de Ciencias, y uno de fundamentos que se llevará en el Instituto de Ecología de cada próximo año. Con esto se pretende acercar desde los conceptos básicos, preparaciones correctas para cada una de las diferentes técnicas de microscopía avanzada que pueden contar, y algunas de las aplicaciones y tecnologías nuevas. En esta nueva propuesta se suman varias empresas que ya han confirmado su participación: Thermo Fisher, Geol, Science y MATLAB, que se suma recién a este proyecto. Una vez que termina mi relación laboral con el instituto y me dediqué a hacer cosas de divulgación, tomando diferentes cursos, y para mi actividad de divulgación y acercar estas herramientas a una actividad distinta y una científica de cada niño. Este es el proyecto final de este curso que llevo a cabo, donde se presenta este proyecto a partir de diferentes módulos, donde será un pasaporte, un viaje que la gente pueda realizar, o los niños puedan realizar en diferentes módulos de temáticas muy particulares. Una vez que se realice esto, podrán pasar por diferentes módulos que al finalizar obtendrán diferentes sellos, esos pasaportes que van pasando por diferentes lugares para la construcción de los microscopios del curso. En esta iniciativa, en esta propuesta, se encuentran involucrados tanto Educaciencia, y se suman el Museo de la Luz, y se suma ahora el Pabellón Nacional de la Biodiversidad, que es parte del Instituto de Biología, que aún no abre sus puertas, pero será, digamos, este taller la primera actividad que realice en el pabellón ahora en su próxima apertura. Se espera que sea en 2 meses aproximadamente. Esa sería mi presentación. Gracias.
Now, we will have Gastón Contreras from Instituto de Ecología UNAM. He will focus on laser microdissection.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. I will talk briefly in English, just with respect to the sponsors that they are watching to me. After that, I would prefer to speak in Spanish for all you guys. So, I'm responsible for my microscopy unit in Instituto de Ecología, UNAM, Mexico City campus. We develop, we work in some specific technique called as laser microdissection assisted microscope assisted. So I plan to do some to perform one workshop related to these techniques. I become associated with one professor, Dr. Ruth Rincon, from the Imaging unit at Cell Physiology Institute at UNAM as well. And there are another 2 people that could be interested to be part of this project. Professor Victor Duyan Valdez and Professor Marcia Hiriar, both from Cell Physiology Institute. So for now, I would like to start to speak in Spanish for you guys. Una de las razones que yo encontré, del cual yo me involucré a la microscopía, algunos de ustedes, he tenido la oportunidad de platicar con algunos de ustedes, de que mi formación es de químico. Nunca pensé incluso haber involucradome a la microscopía. Sin embargo, lo estoy y lo estoy haciendo con mucho entusiasmo, con gusto. Bueno, y parte de ese gusto pues nace pues, en el interés con las ciencias exactas, el interés con las ciencias biológicas para resolver problemáticas sociales, problemáticas de salud y para también acercarnos a la comunidad en general. Entonces, yo creo que algunos o la mayoría de ustedes comparten estos sentimientos y sobre todo hay algo muy importante, pues son las oportunidades de trabajo, ¿no? Las oportunidades laborales creo que son un factor importante para la toma de decisiones de lo que estamos haciendo hoy en día. Entonces, planeamos llevar a cabo un workshop en esta técnica de microscopía, la microdisección láser. La institución sede será en gran medida el Instituto de Ecología, que es el laboratorio de microscopía y microdisección láser. De hoy en adelante lo voy a abreviar solo como LAB Microlas. Aquí en este cuarto es donde tenemos realmente prácticamente toda la infraestructura. Sin embargo, voy a estar trabajando muy cercanamente con la doctora Ruth Rincon de la unidad de imagenología del Instituto de Fisiología Celular, en donde hay mucho equipo de imagenología, no solo en microscopía óptica, también en microscopía electrónica y también en otras técnicas como son la histología. Entre las técnicas avanzadas de microscopía, pues la microscopía confocal, sobre todo, que es la que nosotros podríamos auxiliarnos para llevar a cabo la microdisección láser. Perdón. Gracias. Los posibles colaboradores aquí del Instituto de Fisiología también, ellos trabajan en temas relacionados a campos de la epigenética, donde algunos sabrán que el DNA ocurre en ciertos procesos como es la metilación. Entonces, estos procesos pueden inhibir o promover la interacción con ciertos cofactores, que estos a su vez llevan a cabo procesos o permitir procesos de transcripción y de traducción de proteínas para llevar a cabo el desarrollo correcto de un organismo. La doctora Marcia, por ejemplo, trabaja en temas relacionados con el análisis del desarrollo de células beta del páncreas. Entonces, estos temas son muy comunes y la técnica de microdisección láser pues, se utiliza con gran frecuencia. Nuestro laboratorio, el LabMicroLabs, fue fundado en el 2016, coordinado por la doctora María Elena Álvarez Bulla, y posteriormente en el 2019 se puso en marcha por primera vez. Desafortunadamente, solo pues un año estuvo en servicio, dado a la problemática de la contingencia, pero sin embargo, durante esos periodos tuvimos la oportunidad de adquirir otra infraestructura que va muy ligada a esta técnica, que es la histología. Y la histología, pues esta técnica, la de la microdisección, la voy a hablar muy breve al principio. Se recomienda altamente tener secciones con un espesor específico, de preferencia menores a 300 micrómetros, para que la microdisección láser funcione de manera correcta, dado que lo que hace la microdisección láser es aislar poblaciones celulares de tejidos específicos para podernos a nosotros hacer extracciones de ácidos nucleicos o proteínas, poder hacer análisis posteriores, análisis moleculares, como pueden ser genómicos, transcriptómicos, metabolómicos, proteómicos, etc. Como lo mencionó Diego hace un momento, el taller está planeado para llevarse a cabo en el primer trimestre del año 2023 y queremos pues tener, como lo marca la iniciativa, ¿no? Tener invitados que den sus pláticas relacionadas a este tema. Realmente la microdisección láser se apoya generalmente en las técnicas de microscopía convencionales, como son la del campo brillante, la microscopía de contraste de fases, la microscopía de contraste por interferencia diferencial, la microscopía de luz polarizada y la microscopía de hiperfluorescencia. Realmente no se requiere, no es tan necesaria las técnicas de microscopía avanzada. Entonces, creo que estaría suficiente con recordar, repasar a todos los asistentes este tipo de microscopías. La iniciativa también dice o menciona o promueve, nos motiva a que si vamos a tener invitados del extranjero, que se espera que pues sean más bien de América Latina, vaya. Pero bueno, estamos platicando anteriormente con unos colegas aquí mismo, que estas sesiones, esto que estamos haciendo ahorita mismo, pues es conocernos unos a otros, que muchos pensamos y concordamos en que mucha de la infraestructura, de la expertise y de los conocimientos los tenemos aquí en el país, ¿no? Entonces es la manera de conocernos, ¿no? Entonces, algunos incluso sabemos que preferimos hacer unas técnicas y nos vamos al extranjero, ¿no? Porque no sabemos, pero las técnicas, la infraestructura está aquí también en nuestro país, ¿no? Pero bueno, mi intención no es, bueno, aislarnos del mundo, ¿no? Más bien nosotros darnos a conocer en el mundo para que comunidad del extranjero que probablemente no tengan acceso a estas infraestructuras, a estas facilidades o a estos conocimientos, pues también se pueden acercar. Les platico rápidamente una anécdota. Me contactaron hace como 2 meses personas de Colombia, por ejemplo. Estaban interesadas en hacer utilizar la técnica de microdisección. Les pregunté, digo, ¿en su país no hay? Me dijeron que no, pero seguramente nos sucede como ahorita. No conocen también toda la infraestructura que existe en sus propios países, ¿no? Y lo sabemos porque pues estamos creo que en esa situación, ¿no? Bueno, eso creo lo que les acabo de comentar va enfocado a todo esto, ¿no? De que parte crucial de lo que buscamos con este evento es pues tener ese acercamiento con nosotros, los por así decirlo, expertos en la materia, y acercarnos o dar alcance a la demás comunidad académica de nuestro alrededor cercano, a nivel regional, global o internacional. Gracias.
We will have now Juan Riesgo from the Instituto de Neurobiología, focusing on confocal multiphotonic and super resolution microscopy.
Hi to everybody. So I will speak in English. So I come from the Instituto de Neurobiología from the UNAM in Querétaro, Mexico. And I would like to give a brief introduction to the facility we have there. Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay. So I come from the Instituto de Neurobiología in Querétaro, part of the Campus UNAM, Querétaro, Curitilla. And I would like to give you a brief introduction to the facilities we have there. So basically, it's there's a technician in charge of the unit, which is Nidia Hernandez. She's the one that normally has the day-to-day operation of the facility, and myself. And I guess Nidia comes from a different background. She's actually a computer engineer, but then she ended up working for the unit, the then forming unit. And I was talking to somebody earlier this morning that we got our first microscope in '96, the first confocal microscope. And so she was hired to manage that at the time. And since then, she's been around in the scale of the unit. I guess we were all fascinated by a lot of the microscopic world, and I think she's become quite an expert now with all of these years. The current facility houses two confocal microscopes. One is not working very well now. The other one is a 780 dual, and we actually put the two microscopes as is shown in the picture in the same table, so we can actually share it with a multiphoton laser, so we can actually use it for both microscopes. That's something that was not been done before, so they had to actually engineer some switches there, but it works very well. That's one of the things we have. We also have an ELIRA, a super resolution. I think in the next picture, I think it's somewhere on the west, a super resolution microscope. We also have TEM, a transmission electron microscope within the unit, and some fluorescence microscopes and histology unit as well, with a processor for traditional paraffin histology, and vibratomes and cryostats as well. And we also have access to an SEM in the neighboring, which we share on campus. So as I said, it was established with the institute about 25 years ago. Consisted of a TEM originally, and as I said, has been equipped and modernized ever since. We have, as I said, fluorescence microscopes, histology of microtomes, ultramicrotomes. We have also spinning hoods for both EM and regular histology. And as I said, we also have access to an SEM on campus. We also have there's also a micro CT scanner on campus that we can also have access to, which is in another institute there. So we've been working on this, I guess, for a while now, and we on campus, and this is something interesting for a lot of these people. I have just started exploring this. We also house in a different building a national laboratory on scientific visualization, and that facility has different things. One of them is a 3D arena, so we can actually project in 3D within that arena. So you have to have special classes, right? This type of metaverse type of thing. So you can actually go in and look inside your samples and look at your preps and sort of get inside the samples, especially for confocal images, which are 3D reconstructed. We also have big computer power, so we can actually process a lot of data there and project it into different areas. And so that's also another facility which has, I guess, it's about 4 or 5 years old and has also been not used that much. So I suggest that if you have any of these ideas, or you would like to visualize some of your scientific images in that way, you should think about looking at that. That's also on campus as well. So the project, as I said, that we proposed for this course is to look at the light microscopy techniques. So
confocal to photon and super resolution. Of course, there are different things. We would like to make a workshop next year, as you already saw, that will include all of these things. And the other thing I wanted to talk about is about the social appropriation of, and this sort of general, so this answer to the general society. And the thing I was thinking, and I would like to also briefly talk about, is that we have at the Institute, we work on neurobiology, it's a neurobiology institute. So we are part of this brain awareness week, which I don't know if you all know about. The Society for Neuroscience, which is a big scientific society based in the US, has this program every year, which is actually going to be in about 2 weeks now. So it's usually in March or April. And they have 1 week in which they promote brain awareness of neurosciences awareness. And we have been organizing this in the Institute for more than 10 or 12 years. And it's actually now become a sort of a tradition. And this week, we have these different sort of small workshops and demonstrations. We used to do it at the Institute, but now there are so many students coming. So basically, the students from all the schools around Querétaro, pretty much, come and they bring all the students. So from elementary school, high school, and high school, and then all the way to some incoming university students of other universities. And we give talks, we give demonstrations, and we also have small activities that are promoted by Society for Neuroscience. So what I was thinking of doing was to actually use that basis to then be able to do the course, the dissemination course on that week, and then include it as part of the same. And that would give us a big visibility, because it would actually mean that you will have students from all different types of schools, from elementary to university students. And I've already talked to the people, and I think for next year, that will be something that will be very easy to do. I think that will actually very well dovetail, what they normally do, and include it as well. So that's something we wanted to propose, and that would actually give us
Esto es tan penoso. Claro que trae unas monedas. Oh, no, este es un botón. ¿Era un botón? ¿Aceptas tarjeta de crédito? Claro que sí. Entonces,
un número desconocido.
Sí. Ya. Alguien abrió su micrófono.
Creo que estaba comprando algo.
No sé. Ay, perdón, es que...
Thank you very much. Sorry. So anyway, just the last part of my presentation. So it's actually very good that we had Gaston talk before us. One of the things that we would like to start doing is laser micro dissection at the campus, or collaborate with people who actually do it. So that's something we're looking forward to, and I'll talk to you afterwards, I guess. Another thing which we've been talking about, and I think yesterday and today, is about working together and sharing the expertise and the facilities involved. I know that some things in microscopy cannot really be travel well. So if you have some tissue culture cells and you want to see something, you cannot go to like Ensenada from here and expect the cells to be still alive afterwards. But there are other things which we can actually do by sending them to different places. So I think this is something that would be very good, and something I would like to be able to gain from this. And then, of course, I think by doing what we're doing now, holding meetings, symposia, etc., and courses, we should all, first of all, get to know each other and then help each other. So thank you very much.
Okay, now for our next talk, please welcome Alan Guerrero with the topic Fluorescent Endoscopy in Biomedical.
Hello, it is me again. So I have this slot because we also got funding for another CCI project, and this is more focused to develop super resolution microscopy, also called fluorescence nanoscopy in Latin America. So this initiative emerged from a collaboration with Mariano Pipone, del Instituto de Biología, Medicina y Medicina Experimental en Buenos Aires. Y la idea del proyecto es facilitar el acceso a tecnología de microscopía avanzada con un énfasis en microscopía de superresolución. Mariano y yo nos conocimos porque ambos trabajamos en el campo de la reproducción. Específicamente, tenemos una colaboración ya bien establecida de varios años, probablemente una década, estudiando la fisiología del espermatozoide. Y últimamente hemos colaborado en el desarrollo de nuevos métodos y en la aplicación de estos métodos de microscopía de superresolución para entender cambios dinámicos en la arquitectura de células como el espermatozoide durante procesos exocíticos. En el caso de la unidad de microscopía de Buenos Aires, es una unidad similar a la de nosotros. Yo todavía no tengo la oportunidad de ir a visitarlas, pero gracias a este tipo de iniciativas, el próximo año voy a ir a conocerla, donde ofrecen servicios, entrenamiento, también hacen investigación y desarrollo, y están muy bien conectadas con otras unidades en su país. En específico, Argentina tiene una red nacional de ciencia que concentra datos sobre todos los equipos que se encuentran en el país. Y eso es algo que nos gustaría aprender a hacer aquí en México. Bueno, ustedes ya conocen de dónde vengo, el Laboratorio Nacional de Microscopía Avanzada, y ahora les cuento sobre el proyecto que tenemos. El objetivo que hemos identificado es que la nanoscopía, como ustedes bien saben, se otorgó el premio Nobel en 2014 y nos está cambiando mucho el entendimiento sobre cómo funcionan los sistemas vivos. ¿Por qué? Porque nos permite observar con óptica elementos que se encuentran por debajo del límite de difracción. Entonces, una idea central es impulsar el desarrollo de la microscopía de superresolución en Latinoamérica. Pues lo que vamos a hacer en este proyecto tiene algunas similitudes. Voy a pasar a inglés, perdón. This project has some similarities with the connecting the bioimaging community in Mexico, in the sense that we are going to provide users with knowledge, and this will be through the organization of workshops. This workshop will be international, and we will provide fellowships for the assistants. Specifically, we want to bring people from Latin America to Mexico to learn the fundamentals of super resolution microscopy, and also to learn other technologies. And also we will be executing another workshop in Argentina with similar ideas. The workshop that will happen here in Mexico will occur in October of this year, and it will be connected somehow to the national to the Congreso Nacional de Bioquímica, because we will have there a mini symposium of super resolution microscopy, and then after we will come to Cuernavaca to organize a workshop in super resolution microscopy. This workshop will be also connected with an event of fundamentals of microscopy that Angela will be organizing in Merida before starting the meeting. So the idea is, before starting the national meeting of biochemistry, we will have a fundamentals of microscopy meeting. Then we will have a symposia, a plenary symposia on super resolution microscopy. We are looking for national speakers to go there. And then after, we are coming back to Cuernavaca to have the international workshop on super resolution microscopy. This kind of initiative will be replicated in Argentina the year after. So in 2023. Okay, also, we have something called a visiting scholarship programs. And the main idea of this program is to provide access to more people to technologies. So in this sense, we inspire in the program of Janelia Farm, in which we will open fellowships for users to come to do research at LNMA or also to the IBme, to the other facility in Argentina. And the main idea is that users come to our facilities to gather knowledge, to perform experiments, and to push forward their scientific duty. And also, in this visiting scholars scholarships program, we will have students coming from Argentina to Mexico. So at the moment, we have 2 students coming in the next 3 weeks, and they will stay here in Cuernavaca about 2 months doing research. So this initiative is more connected also to research. To finalize, as a final activity of this project, we will organize a Latin American advanced bioimaging meeting. Perhaps it will take in place in Argentina or in Brazil or in Chile. We still don't know exactly the country in which it will happen, but the main idea is to bring all together to that meeting. We will be giving fellowships to most of the participants, specifically to the students that came to the workshops, whether they came to the workshops in Mexico or in Argentina. We will select some candidates to help to the organization of the national meeting in South America. Finally, this initiative has also a scientific program in which we are developing novel technologies on super resolution microscopy, and this is more or less what we have right now, and it will continue expanding. So we are introducing to the microscopy community a novel tool, which is called in this moment MESER, which is mean shift super resolution microscopy, which allows for first time ever to perform super resolution within a single image. So if you already know what means the convolution doesn't allow you to go after the diffraction limit. And now we have the possibility to gather super resolution information, to gather nanoscopic information hidden within the images. So meaning that we can now do nano deconvolution. This technology is compatible with any application of fluorescence microscopy. Doesn't matter if it is a single molecular imaging, if it is epifluorescence microscopy, if it is confocal microscopy, if it is super resolution microscopy, you can always get much more nanoscopic information from your data. And this is the beginning of the nano deconvolution field. MESER is one of the technologies that we have developed, and we are now developing like 5 or 7 technologies related to this one, which are faster, which are more suitable for multidimensional imaging, for 3D imaging, and so on and so forth. Here I'm providing you some examples that we have with images collected with fluorescence microscopy, confocal microscopy, in 2D, 3D, light cell imaging, amongst others. And the main idea of this project is to facilitate the access to the nanoscopy, to the fluorescence nanoscopy in any equipment. So we are now developing, we have now plugins in Imagery, we have the codes in R, in MATLAB. In NAPARI, we are developing a library for NAPARI for super resolution microscopy. So finally, what are the challenges? What do we need? We need professors. So if any of you want to go to the national meeting of biochemistry, let me know. We have 2 slots for national speakers. Also, we need people, we need teachers for the workshops here in Mexico. And the main challenge is we also need your infrastructure for you to test these novel technologies, for you to teach your people how to push forward super resolution microscopy. And the main idea is to connect each other to push forward the fluorescence nanoscopy in Mexico. So share the voice and let's be in touch. Thank you.
So if anybody has questions, please raise your hand. No, I'm going to check online. We don't have any questions tonight, so next time you're ready, you can go to the gym and go outside or bring me. It's fine.
Hello, everyone. Well, thank you all for your assistance. Thank you. Also, thanks to the National Laboratory for this initiative. A really important initiative that is finally taking place today. Also, thanks to the Zuckerberg for this the funding opportunity so that we can do this. And well, my name is Alejandro. You can just call me Alex. I think this is easier. And I come from the Advanced Microscopy Applications Unit of the Admiral unit. It stands for this name at the National Cancer Institute. And well, this is the team in the facility core. Eunice, which is also sitting there. She's has expertise with resolution microscopy. Adriana, also in automated digital scanning microscopy. Pilar, electron microscopy, especially sample preparation. Diego is also sitting there, also in electron microscopy. Carlo, also in scanning microscopy, and well, me, which is in Confocal super resolution light microscopy. And you can see on the right side the users that have come to the facility. We have had users from Monterrey, also from Chilpancingo. But actually, the majority of users come from Mexico City. Some institutions from the city, but especially in this cluster of National Institutes of Health. In that region, we have several institutes of health, and yeah, the majority of users come from there, since the facility core is actually within this cluster of institutions. So about our interest in microscopy, I think you all agree with this, which is that seeing is believing, right? I mean, that other technology is very interesting with omics technologies, but actually, when you see the phenomenon in the context of space and time, is when I think several things make sense, I think. So in our case, there are some applications, especially in the medical diagnosis, where imaging can support these conclusions and the diagnosis. And we have had recently some approaches with the clinical community, so that we can work on some projects and see how can we improve some diagnosis techniques. Also, another of the motivations is the imaging technologies that we know that there are several imaging technologies now, and actually not all the time they are known by the local community, right? Especially these more advanced technologies such as super resolution, light sheet, and so on. I think we have to work more on making people aware of these technologies. So about the facility core, it was established in 2016.
And it was established as a part of another local network of technologies, which is called RAI, for Red of Apoyo de Investigación. This network is it supports biomedical research in the National Institutes of Health, and so we are part of this network. Along with this network, the facility core is also acknowledged as a core from the National University. So as I said before, the current users, majority of them come from this cluster of National Institutes of Health. And they are mainly biomedical, clinical researchers, pathologists, and also postgraduate students. About the technologies and the instruments in the facility core, we have one confocal microscope, one laser microdissector, two scanning systems. We have a super resolution system, a light sheet system, and also a scanning system, which is also able to or capable to do TIPSEN. So about the project, the projects in this case is two advanced courses, one to 2023 super resolution next year, and then the light technology. So these courses, I think they are well addressed to faculties, clinical and biomedical researchers, postdoc and postgraduate students as well. About this motivation is that these courses are practically unknown among our users, among this community, especially the medical and biomedical communities. And both technologies are, well, there are some examples of clinical applications actually in this technology, so I think it's a good idea to make people aware of these technologies among our users. So about the goals, as I said, well, to make our users aware of these technologies and motivate people, students particularly, to specialize in bioimaging. Also, it would be interesting to invite potential users to propose projects involving super resolution and light sheet for applying on the systems on the facility course. I think we can invite these users as like providing like kind of mini grants, so that they really get motivated to use the technologies, and with no charge, of course, during a specific period of time. Another goal is, well, to meet and work closely with those imaging centers processing these instruments or these technologies, and so that's why this initiative is really nice, because I didn't know that in Leon that you have a light sheet system, so it would be really interesting to get close and to work together. Also here in the National Laboratory, we are interesting to get closer and work together. About the activities, well, I think this is kind of preliminary program. 4 days of theory and practice, of course, hands-on the systems, and one additional day for imaging samples from the assistants, right? So working together, well, we still need to work on this on some fields. We need to get resources to work on data management. I mean, it's not really kind of lack of expertise, but actually lack of resources. Maybe if we had the possibility, we don't have a server on our own, for instance. It would be interesting to maybe get close to the university and maybe get some space in the servers and maybe use some other platforms for the data management, like Pomero or something. I guess would be really good step. Also, well, we need to work more on these free tools like Imagery or Self-Profiler or something, or other tools to learn and to work on image processing, image analysis. At the moment, we have worked more on this software license by companies such as Site, also other software like Imagery software, for instance. But we need to work on these other platforms more to do it more practical. Also, in terms of super resolution, it could be interesting to know some other sample preparation techniques, such as expansion microscopy, for instance. We don't have expertise on this. Also, cleaning for light chip is also very important. We have a laser which is damaged now, but I think for super resolution, it's not really that critical, since this damaged laser is the blue laser, so probably for super resolution, it's not really that critical. Still, we are currently looking for funding and to replace this laser. So the main challenge, I think, is specifically these points. And now that we know that there are some expertise and resources among the community, I think we can really exchange expertise, right, and see and find collaborations. And I think this is all. Yeah. So thank you.
We will have now Miguel Tapia from Instituto de Investigaciones Biomédicas, UNAM, focusing on advanced microscopy.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here in Cuernavaca. Thank you for the organizers of this initiative and to the CCI initiative for trusting us for making this thing for us in the first instance and for all the people of our country. So I am at the Instituto de Investigaciones Biomédicas, UNAM, the Mexico City Central Campus of the University of Mexico. I have saw that many of you have a lot of people working. That's nice to know that. I am the responsible of the Biomedical Endoscopy core facility and the head and the staff at the same time. So we are related by the provost of my institute, he provides all the things that we need to work, and the other part of the team that we consider is the users of the facility. So about me, I have started science around 22 years. I was first a molecular biologist. But in 22, I was at the lab of Professor Chan, and I made a statement at the confocal laser scanning microscope test, and that is what I have done until now. So along this way, I decided to be head of the Biomedical microscopy facilities in 2010. There's a lot of time for me. So the Microscopy, the Biomedical was founded in 2008. It started with small requirements and all confocal. Later it was added another basic microscope. So later in 2015, our flagship workstation, A1R Plus confocal scanning as a microscope, which is quite with zero and stone, was made. Before the pandemic, we had done several microscopy courses on this time. And the later years before the pandemic, we had around 100 systems each year. So it's a very popular course. Our cursors are from the Institute and other faculties and institutes of the central campus. We have a lot of public and private users, and before pandemic, we worked around 205 houses, approximately 100 different users a year. So it's a small core facility, but a lot of people work with us all the time. So what we do at the Endoscopy, well, our focus are the experimental design and methodological improvement. In first place, because as you may know, you have a bad preparation, you have a bad image, or bad using this image. So we work with the users all the time, improve methodological issues. We got microscope in the right phase contrast, DNC, white fluorescence, spinning disk, and single photon confocal lasers. Our facility can capture single outside imaging with YC, and some of the specialized optical microscope techniques that we got is stones for resolution. We can capture entirely XY, lambda, or XYC, single photon confocal laser imaging and analysis. We can do XYCT, single photon confocal laser scanning microscope imaging and analysis. We can do there, techniques, and one of the particular techniques that we run is stereology. So the EMP and we are the only facilities that have these techniques that are very useful for histological analysis. And we also got computer assistant 3D resolution software. This is Lucida. We got a license for Unreal. And for the current project, we are thinking to do an XYCT single photon confocal light scanning microscope laser imaging wash. So, as Vadim said, movement is the key for us too. We now are in the position that have faster and more sensitive acquired system. This makes it possible to capture aliens at cellular level a long time in a confocal. So currently currently in Biomedical, we can observe and track cellular single cells with fluorescence and mixed in real time. So we want to teach this technique because we think this will expand possibilities to answer more complex and exact biological questions. So our goals in this course, first place, we want to teach basic concepts of single-focal scan microscope, both theoretical and practical, to teach HYC and HYCT acquisition and its theoretical and practical considerations, such as sample preparation, imaging condition, and the analysis of the resultant images. So we think we have several experts in this field, so I hope you can join us in this workshop. We can talk about this. And obviously, we want to expand our collaboration networks with all the facilities that are here in our country and Latin America. So more or less, this is fixed.
Next now, PowerPoint.
Video.
Sí.
So here I show what we want to do a final step. So we gotta see exact capture, see capture of populations. So we can take a live imaging around 2 hours. So we can try movement and variation between several populations. So this will be the goal of this practical course. So we want to work together with you. We want to develop 3D analysis algorithms. We are continually working, searching for the algorithms that are currently available around the internet. So we want to improve these algorithms for 3D analysis, so movement of density along the axis of CSTACs, both a single CSTAC or time. We want to contribute to strength of confocal and super resolution techniques within the Mexican Bioimaging community. And we think that the work of this community will help to every student that assist to these courses to achieve a better understanding of optical microscopy techniques and the digital image analysis. So that's all. Thank you to everyone for your attention.
For the session 5, is the job for Paolo Hernandez?
Hello everyone, my name is Paul Hernandez, and first I would like to thank to the Zuckerberg initiative for our role in this meeting. The organizers, that I know that this is very difficult to organize. I would like to also thank to the previous speakers because they gave a very interesting talks. Currently, I am working as a postdoc at the National Laboratory for Advanced Microscopy from UNAM. I am collaborating closely with Dan Guerrero and Chris Wood. And the first question is, what got me interested in microscopy? I need to go to my bachelor's degree in mathematics. When I was in my bachelor's degree, I was learning only theory about calculus and linear algebra, and equations, topology. At that point, it was very interesting for me, and it was a very good topic.
But I was feeling that I need to apply this knowledge to something else. I wanted to apply this knowledge to solve real problems. So how could I do that? I have the opportunity to do my social service in the Department of Artificial Intelligence. This was the first time that I got involved with images, and I knew that this was really interesting for me, and this motivated me to do a PhD in a different field. I moved from mathematics to a PhD in computer science. When I arrived to the PhD, it was on the computational biomedicine lab. There were several projects. Some involved face recognition, some detect the aneurysm on the heart. And unfortunately, there was a position on studying the microscopic image. I got the problem of solving the neurons. I have to trace the neurons. At that point, I didn't know how to solve this problem. I took several courses on the computer science department, digital image processing, artificial intelligence, supervised learning, all the courses required to analyze this type of image. And then I didn't know anything about the microscopy images. I just received the image. I didn't have any involvement with the microscopy. I was just in charge of solving the problem, just segment the neuron, and that's it. When I think I developed an algorithm to trace the center line based on supervised learning, I was able to solve the problem. At some point, the microscopy was satisfied with the solution, so I was able to get my PhD with these techniques. And then I decided to come back to Mexico. I had the opportunity to join to the Institute of Biotechnology to continue analyzing microscopic images. I was able to analyze, segment the cells from neurons, from roots. And that's all that I have to say about how I got interested. I don't have any, it was just destiny that I got involved with this image. I could have worked on some different topic. But I am really happy with this topic. It is very interesting for me to work with the microscopic images, because I know that all that I learned during my PhD can be applied to something else. And the people of the biology community are very interested about these techniques on artificial intelligence. So, as I previously said, I am working right now on the National Laboratory for Microscopy, for Advanced Microscopy. I don't know anything about the equipment. I know that they have very sophisticated equipment, and they have several experts, including students, postdocs, and researchers. So Chris Wood is one of them. If you have any question about the facility, you can ask them. Also, Adam Guerrero, he also is an expert on this kind of techniques. They have expertise on nanoscopics, molecular localization, cytometry, molecular modeling, bioluminescence. And my expertise is on the topic of artificial intelligence. So if you have any question regarding artificial intelligence, just ask me how you can process the image, how you can obtain better image from the images. And actually, I am working just on segmentation. Segmentation is my main topic. So what I am planning to do, thanks to the Chance Zuckerberg initiative, I am able to collaborate with biologists to generate algorithms to do the segmentation of structures of interest. So I am planning to give a course on artificial intelligence for image analysis. There can be several things, including including the basics of machine learning. I can modify these topics, but I am planning to keep the basics of machine learning, basic concepts of convolutional neuronal networks. Why I decided to do this topic? Because people has applied these algorithms to several problems and they have very good performance. So I am planning to give just the hot topic, the best topic, the best algorithms that right now are very easy to use. So in order to use these techniques, first we need to generate ground truth. We are going to see some algorithms to generate the ground truth, and then I am planning to teach how to train a convolutional neuronal network, including setting all the parameters, and then how once that you train the convolutional neuronal network, how you can apply this to new data. All this is going to be involved in the meeting. Something that is important to say is that I am planning to give these courses just using open source code because this is something that is really important. The community has done a great effort to generate these tools, and we need to use them. My plans to accomplish with this project is to reach the community core facilities to know about the different artificial intelligence algorithms, motivate the use of artificial intelligence algorithms for image analysis in core facilities. And finally, one important thing is to collaborate with you. If you have any problem that seems to be feasible to apply artificial intelligence, I would like you to reach me to try to solve this problem. And the mode it's going to be virtual. This is one of the features about this course, that we can use virtual meeting. We can move it to presential, but it is going to be we have to decide. We have one meeting at the end of 2014. It's probably 2 years from now. I think that it is a long time. So we can move this date. Virtual meetings can be any time. So it's just matter of determining time. A session 3 days, I think that it's enough to take this course. Finally, is there an aspect of technology that you currently don't have or that would help you with your project? Yes, I always say to everyone working on this data, on this kind of projects or the biologists, just share the data. It is very difficult for the computer science to work without data. We need manual annotated data. If you can, around the world, there are several people already trying to push these kind of projects. And if you share your data, it is going to be more easy for us to develop algorithms and see the current weakness of the developed approaches. So it is very important to share your data. Not only for me, also for other people. There can be people in another city, another country, that they don't have the facility to obtain the data. If you share your data, you can get some other people to analyze your shared data, and some other people can get some other conclusions. How can this community work together to help advance bioimaging in your regions? I think that one really important thing is just to communicate between us. And one easy way is just to create a forum. I know that there are several forums where the biology community just posts a question, and this question is answered for some other researchers, and it is very helpful. So we don't have this in Mexico. Probably just to organize a forum on the bioimaging from Mexico, it is going to be a good idea, and we can reach everyone easily. Because right now, I think that if this meeting was not occurring, I think that we didn't know about each other. So probably a forum is a good part. Thanks you all. If you have any questions.
Thanks all for your very interesting talk. So I have a question because I have heard before that mathematicians are asking for unstated data. So I understand that, but some question I have is what kind of data? So, for example, I work at the medical center, and in many cases, even us, we don't have all like data about patients. So it's like should come all the data. It's called data, but even we researchers not often have. So I would like to ask as a condition of what specifically kind of data, so we can ask the researchers and clinicians together.
This is a very good question, annotated data. It depends on the answer that we can answer, that we want to answer, the question that we want to answer. For example, for me that I am working on image segmentation, if I want to detect a nucleus, sometimes people is manually annotating the nucleus per image. This is a repetitive step. If you can share this annotated data, it is going to be enough. For some other projects, for example, right now that the COVID came and they wanted to apply this kind of algorithms, they just ask a few questions. They how many days you have symptoms, what is your temperature, and they give all this feedback to the artificial intelligence, and it was able to extract some information from this. So it depends on the question that you want to answer. So it always depends. We need to talk. Well, researchers have to talk to find what is the best way to annotate the data. But for example, for segmentation, this is always the annotation. The annotation is the most important for us.
I understand that the more data, the better.
Yes, the more data, the better. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Oliver Valdés y mi compañera Verónica Rojo y yo les platicaremos un poco sobre la iniciativa de Educaciencia. Para hablar de los inicios de Educaciencia tenemos que remontarnos al 2018, donde unos estudiantes del Laboratorio de Microscopía Avanzada encuentran el proyecto WaterScope, el cual es un proyecto que se enfoca en analizar la calidad del agua y lo hacen mediante microscopios hechos de plástico impresos en 3D. Y ese mismo año, en 2018, la OSD hace una prueba para evaluar el desempeño de los alumnos de entre 15 y 16 años, que es la prueba PISA. Esta prueba está enfocada en 3 áreas principalmente, que es matemáticas, lectura y ciencias. Entonces, en 2019 publica los resultados de la prueba y México obtiene un puntaje muy por debajo del promedio. En la gráfica podemos ver el punto rojo. En los puntos rojos podemos ver el promedio de México respecto al promedio de la OSD. Pues ahí podemos ver el promedio de México respecto al promedio de la OSD, está muy por debajo. Esta prueba nos dice cómo los estudiantes mexicanos, solo el 1% obtuvo un alto nivel, un 35% no obtuvo un nivel mínimo de competencia y casi ningún estudiante demostró una alta competencia en ciencias. Entonces, por debajo del 1%. Entonces, ¿a qué se debe esto? Esta prueba también arrojó un dato curioso, que es que los estudiantes mexicanos, el 85%, estuvo de acuerdo o muy de acuerdo en que los profesores mostraron como un gusto por la enseñanza. Entonces, si estos profesores muestran un gusto por la enseñanza, ¿cuáles son las causas de estos números tan bajos? Sabemos que ya no es por el interés de los profesores. Las principales causas de esto es falta de infraestructura, no hay laboratorios enfocados en ciencias, o no están en condiciones para operar, falta de materiales especializados o equipo. Hemos visto de primera mano cómo los profesores ponen a veces hasta de sus recursos para poder tener material didáctico para sus alumnos. También otro problema es la falta de actualización de los planes de estudio. Y falta de capacitación a los profesores. Así es como nace el equipo de Educaciencia, el cual está conformado por desarrolladores de software, diseñadores gráficas industriales, administradores y doctores en ciencias, que son los que desarrollan todo el material didáctico. Entonces, ¿qué hacemos en Educaciencia? Bueno, somos una empresa enfocada en inspirar a la sociedad mexicana en temas de ciencia. ¿Cómo hacemos esto? Proveemos de herramientas didácticas innovadoras que ayudan a entender la ciencia y a desarrollarla, generando la curiosidad en niños, jóvenes y adultos. ¿Y cuáles son estas herramientas que desarrollamos? Bueno, contamos con un kit básico, el cual está conformado por los microscopios impresos. Estos microscopios tienen diferente magnificación. Uno tiene alrededor de 220 por, y el otro utiliza un celular y una lente convencional para poder tomar las imágenes. Estos microscopios vienen acompañados de una aplicación móvil, de un manual de prácticas, material para preparación de muestras y tutoriales de apoyo para el uso de los microscopios. Entonces, este kit está diseñado para el público en general. Sin embargo, también tenemos un plan de enseñanza enfocado a escuelas, el cual está conformado por talleres a cualquier nivel, ya sea primaria, secundaria o preparatoria. Aquí algunos ejemplos de los talleres que podemos dar: ensamble de microscopios, preparación de muestras, adquisición de imágenes, observación. También damos capacitación a profesores en fundamentos de microscopía óptica, uso de microscopios, preparación básica de muestras y bioimagenología. Hacemos creación de manuales enfocados a todos los niveles, de acuerdo a lo que pida la escuela. De esto les van a platicar más adelante. Y también hacemos organización de eventos educacionales, que es como lo que vamos a ver el día viernes. Entonces, ¿cómo trabaja Educaciencia con las escuelas? En primer lugar, se hace una reunión con las escuelas interesadas para ver qué es lo que están buscando. Posteriormente hacemos un análisis del plan de estudios y desarrollamos el material asociado, el material didáctico. Posteriormente se da la capacitación a los profesores con ese material que se desarrolló y utilizando el kit básico. Pues esta forma de trabajo ha ido cambiando, sin embargo ya la hemos probado en una prueba piloto en la comunidad de Coetzalan, Puebla, la cual fue apoyada por CONACYT en 2019. Aquí participaron 3 escuelas, 2 de nivel básico y una preparatoria, y fueron capacitados 8 profesores y beneficiados 200 alumnos. Pues la realización de esta prueba piloto nos dio el reconocimiento al mérito estatal de investigación en el 2019 en el estado de Morelos, y también fuimos aceptados en el banco de proyectos de la red de soluciones de desarrollo sostenible de las Naciones Unidas para la Agenda 2030. Todo el desarrollo pedagógico no lo hemos hecho solos. Ha sido una colaboración entre Educaciencia, el Laboratorio Nacional de Microscopía Avanzada y la CUAYET. Y a continuación dejo a mi compañera Verónica Rojo para que les cuente del aspecto pedagógico.
Mi nombre es Verónica Rojo y trabajo junto con el proyecto de Educaciencia. Como parte de lo que nosotros ofrecemos como Educaciencia, es la capacitación de los profesores. ¿Por qué lo realizamos? Muchas veces mostrarles un microscopio tanto a los chicos de primaria, secundaria y preparatoria, en algunas comunidades, como lo que nos pasó en Puebla, fue que no sabían utilizar los microscopios. Al mostrarles las células que preparábamos, las muestras, tampoco sabían cómo explicarles a los alumnos qué era lo que estaban viendo. No tenían los conocimientos básicos para enseñarles a los niños lo que es la biología en general. Entonces, por eso en nuestro país, o como parte de nuestro objetivo, es justo dar una capacitación y entrenamiento a los profesores de qué es lo que podemos ver en los microscopios y una explicación de lo que estamos observando en cada una de las muestras que preparamos. Nuestros talleres de preparación de muestras incluyen los materiales que vamos a requerir. Generalmente son materiales sumamente sencillos, ya que conocemos las necesidades o entendemos las necesidades que a veces son limitadas en algunas escuelas, y trabajamos con muestras que se pueden obtener en cualquier casa. Nuestros manuales también van con este mismo objetivo de tener una guía que no solo se le entregue a las escuelas o a los profesores un microscopio y no saber qué hacer, sino tenemos un manual que tiene una breve introducción y una guía del procedimiento que se va a realizar, lo cual en conjunto hace que el aprendizaje sea más completo. Como les comentaba, nuestra prueba piloto con profesores de Cuetzalan, es ahí donde identificamos las diferentes necesidades que ellos tienen, aunque no todos los profesores están en las mismas condiciones. Y justo esto es lo que nosotros nos adaptamos, o lo que les queremos ofrecer es que si los profesores de las escuelas necesitan esa capacitación, nosotros se las damos. Si no necesitan y solamente necesitan aprender a preparar muestras, pues solo les damos el taller de preparación de muestras y el uso de nuestros microscopios. Nuestros talleres hemos ido a diferentes ferias de ciencias a través del trabajo que hemos realizado como parte del Laboratorio Nacional de Microscopía Avanzada, que la mayoría de los que somos parte de Educaciencia, pues tenemos un paso o estamos en el laboratorio. Y como pueden ver en este collage, los niños intuitivamente son curiosos por naturaleza,
los profesores muestran realmente un gran interés por ver lo que estamos observando, lo que estamos preparando. Y ellos están dispuestos a enseñarle a sus alumnos lo que estamos observando a través del microscopio. Aunque nuestros microscopios evidentemente son muy sencillos comparados con los que ustedes están acostumbrados a trabajar, que son equipos muy grandes, pues estos pueden estar en las ferias de ciencias, en las aulas, en tu casa, y puedes o ya ver laminillas preparadas o prepararlas como nosotros les enseñamos. Y en esto consisten nuestros talleres. Uno de los aspectos en los que hemos trabajado y seguimos trabajando es hacer estas guías. Con apoyo de la UNAM, de la UAIAT, nos están ayudando a mejorar nuestras guías, las cuales tienen un objetivo pedagógico, que es saber si los estudiantes o los profesores tienen o cuentan con los antecedentes para abordar un tema, en este caso la célula. Abordar un marco teórico que es sencillo, la realización de la práctica o el desarrollo de la práctica y un análisis de resultados que está de acuerdo al método científico, ¿no?, que realizamos en cualquier laboratorio. Abajo de esta guía, ya sé que no se alcanza a ver, pero muestran actividades que son complementarias, que ahorita les voy a hablar sobre ellas. Este manual está construido por la parte de los objetivos, que incluye la práctica, los temas o los antecedentes que el profesor debe de haber visto previamente para que los alumnos entiendan el tema que van a realizar, y una serie de enlaces que son multimedia, que los chicos ya de estas edades, desde primaria hasta preparatoria, mucho de su tiempo y de su interacción está en las redes sociales, en YouTube, y estos materiales son didácticos, incluso las revistas de divulgación científica para complementar esta información. El desarrollo de la práctica, por supuesto, y una serie de actividades lúdicas que ayudan a complementar o a entender los conceptos que se están planteando. Como les comentaba, las actividades multimedia han sido uno de los elementos que hemos agregado a nuestras prácticas, ya que haciendo una encuesta con profesores, en esta parte de la virtualidad, de las clases virtuales que están recibiendo los chicos, pues se distraen mucho, no están muy motivados a realizar las actividades por ejemplo, en particular de clases de biología. Y entonces hay una serie de recursos que están en YouTube, incluso en TikTok o en revistas de divulgación científica, que podemos hacer uso de ellas para motivarlos y entrar a través de estos medios sociales, que es prácticamente su mundo de ellos. Y pues muchas gracias.
No, muy interesante la iniciativa. Nada más la pregunta es, ¿han tenido algún seguimiento de qué provecho los maestros han sacado acerca de esto? Y si realmente ya los han tenido un impacto en el proceso de enseñanza-aprendizaje. Y aunado a esto, que también somos muy que tanto los niños que son curiosos. Sí, están seriados y no son guiados por poner.
Primero es acercarnos, ver qué necesidad tiene esta escuela, posteriormente se acerca. Los costos están basados básicamente en aquí y posteriormente en la capacitación. ¿Cuántas? ¿Cuántos son estos?
The next session, very important, extremely exciting. Seeing the enthusiasm for the programs that we're already working seeing this so, thanks so much for lunch. Is outside. It's 3 months. Is it 3:30?
iniciar el audio. No sería ahorita.
Hola, ¿me escuchan? Hello.
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good.
We can
Great.
hear you.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to solve a couple. I'm sorry for the confusion. Let's see how should I do this. Okay, I think now I have to present. So
Hi, Andres. Hi, Vanessa. Hi, Nikki. Hi, everyone. Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we see you.
So we are delayed 10 minutes. So
Okay.
Andres, now we will start with the talk of Pablo Loza, and afterwards it will be Andres, and then the people of Pina. Okay?
That's great.
Adan?
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? If I want to try, if I share the screen, just 1 second, and you tell me if because I have a couple. Then
okay.
Tell me if you see proper the.
Yes, just give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just allowing access to share screen. Just try and see whether if you can see the screen.
Okay. Yes. No, I'm seeing another screen right now.
Yeah, but okay, yeah. Now you can share. Try it again.
Okay. Go.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see the slides
Yes,
only?
I see the slides. No, I see the slides and the extra content.
Oh, you see everything. That's.
I think we see your second screen if you've got two.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we're seeing the slides.
Okay, so just to stop and let's go to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Stop sharing screen.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Pablo, now you can go, please. Sí.
I'll turn my camera on meanwhile because my connection is not all that good here.
Yeah, okay. So I'll be also in this meet room and also in the presential meeting room, so I can interact now with you and with everyone.
And then I think we're seeing the notes screen.
Yeah, that's the same thing I was trying to.
Yeah, I'm going to solve it right now.
How do you do? Is it possible that I share the screen and also see the comments? But you don't, or that's not possible.
Not unless you have a second screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
See, they are working on that. Yeah, now we have it. Thank you.
Ya está. Le dejo solamente el micrófono para que puedan escuchar.
So at the top where it says swap displays, if you hit that, that might help.
Es que me parece así, no puedo acceder al menú.
Is it not working in person or just in Zoom?
Puede aquí moverlo.
No, sí, no. Es que aparecía ahí el de...
Ajá, pero voy a invertir.
Exacto. Ahora. Sí.
Here we go.
Hello everyone, sorry for the delay. We're going to continue with the first of Bioimaging and the Imagery article partner. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, sorry for this little delay. I would like to start by thanking the organizers, Adam and Chris, and all the organizers for inviting me here. I must probably start saying that I am Mexican, but I work in Barcelona for the last 20 years. And yeah, I am very happy to meet all the community in Mexico. So I'm going to present now the efforts that we are doing again towards establishing a microscopy facility where I work, which is at the Institute for Photonic Sciences in Barcelona. My unit is called the Super Resolution Light Microscopy and Endoscopy Lab. And what does that mean is that we do all sorts of microscopy, from super resolution and all the way to mesoscopic level. And we use modified and developed microscopes totally from scratch. And our business is everything that is around microscopy, not only the optics, but also the photonics that are involved, image processing, sample preparation, everything. Okay. Okay. We have 3 pillars. At the unit, we do research, and we do research on microscopy. So that means that I can ask for projects, and these are normally competitive projects. And we work around developing new instrumentation with the latest advances. But obviously, we want to do that taking into account the user. So the user that we are looking for is that user that cannot satisfy their own problem in their own microscopy unit. We have the capability to modify equipment or probably do them totally from scratch. So if a biologist cannot work on the microscope that they have because they need to be modified, these are the biologists that we are looking for. So this is the one that we are trying to attack. and of course, motivated by a biological question. And our third pillar is training. And we would like also to introduce the new users or the new researchers to the latest technologies in microscopy. And our work evolves above these three axes. And just for you to know, despite the fact that we're in Barcelona, we have had lots of Mexican people working with us. These go from students, probably a couple of months stays, and all the way to sabbatical researchers. And from the list, probably you can recognize a few of the names. These are people, Mexicans, that have passed through my lab in probably the last 10 years or so. My team is highly multidisciplinary. We work around microscopy, and we touch basically all the subjects around. We have in my team chemistry people, biology, engineers, of course, physicists, and I am myself a physicist. We have people that do image processing, and I was trying to explain this before. What we want is to provide solutions to met biomedical needs in microscopy. This is our model. We are also active in research infrastructures around Europe. We are part of the Bioimaging. Since 2013, we participate in the first call, and we were elected into signal technology flagship in super resolution and in mesoscopic imaging, basically through light sheet microscopy. After Eurobioimaging, it came Corbel. Then a few others like Ramen for clinics, ACFAST. We are part of the Red Española of Microscopía Avanzada, which is basically the same concept that the one that you are trying to establish here today. And interestingly, we also are part of this thing that is called Laser Lab Europe. And this is very interesting because what it does is that it gets funding for people to come and use our microscopes. So if you have a project and you can apply for this, and then Laser Lab can give you some money for accommodation, for the travel, and it gives us a little bit of money for consumables for us. So another interesting thing of this thing is that it is now open not only to Europe, but also to Latin America. So you are very welcome to apply for this. Typical projects last probably 15 days, 2 times. So visits of 15 days in 2 different periods. Okay. We also collaborate with industry. For example, we are part of the excellent Storm Center from Nikon and Leica Endoscopy imaging reference site from Leica through STEP. We also collaborate a lot with companies that produce lasers. This one is a supercontinuum laser, very interesting for fluorescence imaging. And of course, with Hamamatsu, they give us a lot the detectors to try them for microscopy applications. For the society, we are also very active. At ICFO, we have started this initiative that is called Barcelona Medical Photonic Network. And the idea is to start collaborations with the main biomedical institutions and the main hospitals in Barcelona. Here, one of the first actions that we have established is that our group is now collaborating with these hospitals and Deu. And what we are doing is that we are sharing a postdoc. This postdoc is staying 50% of the time in the hospital and 50% of the time with us. And the funding is it is coming through this Barcelona Medical Photonic Network. Okay. And of course, here what we would like to say is that this is very important because then we have a nice and quick return to the society of our research. Okay, in terms of equipment, we have a few. Confocal multiphoton, And as I was telling you before, we work with the microscopes and we modify them. So for example, with confocal microscopes, we have modified them. This is an Nikon confocal system, a commercial system, that now we have incorporated 2 photofluorescence, second harmonic generation, third harmonic generation. We have used it with adaptive optics for compensating aberrations. We have done photo manipulation like photoablation or optical tweezers and so on. So we were commenting before that one nice thing of microscopy is that there is no one technique that is the best technique. All of them are different, but complementary. So the more that you can see from your complicated sample, the easier is it that you can understand a complicated biological problem. No? So probably this is the philosophy here. This is another example. We have several light sheet microscopes. In this case, we developed them all totally from scratch. And of course, we have done light sheet microscopy in the linear and nonlinear regime. We have combined it with Raman microscopy for high throughput and for fast reading, for example. In terms of Raman microscopy, this microscope is not modified in the hardware, but I have a couple of persons that are really, really clever, and they know all the mathematical tricks and all the statistical tools to make sense of this complicated Raman spectrum when you have a spectrum from biological samples. We have one storm system, two STEP microscopes. And in this case, for example, the STEP, we have incorporated the film technique combined with super resolution. This technique is called tau STEP. Again, this is multimodal. We can combine it with nonlinear microscopy. We have incorporated novel lasers to these systems, and we have tried novel algorithms for super resolution imaging. And I have left a space here because I am very happy that really, really soon, like the end of next month, we are going to have an additional super resolution imaging system. Still not there, but the call for tender is already there, so it will arrive soon. And again, with different techniques for getting all the limits of resolution with living samples. There is another aspect that is very important in microscopy, and especially when you have light sheet microscopes or store microscopes, and is the amount of data that it generates. And sometimes this is a complication. So our approach has been evolving through the different years and continue to evolve. Now, what I'm going to show is what is the current strategy that we have here. And is that all the microscopes, they are connected to a local data storage. The connection is through a fast network, 10 gigabytes, and bits per second. The local data storage is 105 terabytes. And then this is connected to workstations where all the calculations are done. And these workstations are accessed through personal computers. So you can access to your data from your own office, or probably from your home. And then the data is stored in the local data storage. Data that is not used is sent to a local data for a long time. Still not discarded, but kept in a different place so that it doesn't occupy space. Now, other thing that we are currently doing is we are preparing the data so that we can change the format, and I will explain you why. This format will allow us to connect to this puerto de información científica in Catalunya, and this is nothing but a data processing part, right? So we are going to send the data to the PIC to store the data, and then we can access the data from any place, and we can do the analysis there. And this is very important because we can do that, but all the users that come to use our microscope can also access this data. Can save the data there, work there, and retrieve the data. So you can go to Barcelona and then come back here and from your home retrieve the data or analyze the data locally there. This is in construction at the moment. This part here is in construction, but I think that in the next few months it will be operational. The type of things that we are doing. For example, this is on confocal microscopy. And this is an application in which we are using our confocal microscope and with a few other techniques to see calcium dynamics in retinas of rats. In this case, we are testing some electrodes. These are electrodes made of graphene, and the idea is to produce retinal implants to be put into the people of persons that used to see, but they lost the photoreceptors. So what we are doing is we are researching on what are the electrical parameters that produce the most efficient physiological response on the retina. If you see, or probably you were able to see that the video was getting brighter at the moment. This is because we were sending an electrical signal. This is another application. This is again confocal microscopy. In this case, this is a very special confocal microscope that is called adaptive optics scanning laser ophthalmoscope, Oslo. This is a confocal microscope that instead of using objectives to focus the light in one spot, we are using the crystalline of a patient to focus the light into the retina of the patient. We are doing that you are not allowed to do ever, which is focusing the laser light into the eyes of a person, right? So we are focusing the light and then we are scanning there, because several of us need to have aberration compensation. We use adaptive optics as an efficient way to compensate the aberrations of all the patients. So when we are capable of focusing the light very well, then what we do is scan the laser and then produce these different images. I don't know if it is. So because this is confocal, we can see from the top of the retina and all the way to the bottom. You can even see the vessels and the blood circulating inside there. The video is going to start in any moment. So you can see all the photoreceptors. This is a person blinking the eyes. And the image is moving because the eye is all the time moving. So this was the first version of our adaptive. Yeah, you can see here the different photoreceptors. These dots that you see are the photoreceptors. And this was the first version of our microscope. You can see that it looks very archaic, but it worked. We put it into the patients, and now we are analyzing the data. But this is now the second version of this system. Now you can see that it's much more compact. And now if the eye is moving, the image is compensating, so that at the end of the acquisition, you can have a complete image. This system is now placed in 2 hospitals, one in Norway and one in Paris. Another interesting application. This was a guy that was studying ray fish, and basically he was using the tools that he was used to use. So he approached to us and we explained, okay, you can do many different things in your sample. This is only autofluorescence or endogenous signal. And he was fascinated. So what we did, we hyperspectral confocal, two-photon fluorescence, autofluorescence, second harmonic generation, all of this is endogenous. And he could collect a lot of information. We also use light sheet microscopy to clarify the tissue. And again, a lot of things, a lot of information that he could obtain. And in the end, this was a big collaboration between 3 institutes. This was in the frame of a project inside Bioimaging. And we were selected like one of the best projects in there, just by a very simple application. This is on Ramen Microscopy. Ramen is very powerful. You can use it for many different things. For example, we have used it for these little counts in the colors that our collaborators found somewhere in Spain. So we characterize the different counts here. We have used it for studying neurodegeneration process, inflammation processes, for cancer research, for food and agro-industry, and so on. And this is on light sheet. These are different systems that we have built. And I'm going to go very quickly here, just to show the different type of images that we can obtain. And I will get more into details tomorrow in my talk. But you can see the amount of applications that we have with the different systems that we have built. These are zebrafish embryos, multicellular spheroids, and so on. In terms of super resolution, we have worked again with hospitals. In this case, they were interested in cephalopathia. And yeah, here is just to show that what you get with confocal microscopy and what you get with stored imaging. But probably you are more familiar with this sort of things. And again, this was reported a couple of years ago, a few years ago. And finally, this is our work on STEP. In this case, we were using microarray tomography. Our collaborators could cut the sample in sections as thin as 70 nanometers. So in this case, this is an alpha beta middle plate, and this is one of the first 3D reconstruction of these alpha beta amyloid plates. And what we did is we put one of the microarray tomographies, 70 nanometers thickness, one after the other. Then we collected all of them and construct this image. And every image was taken with a STEP microscope. So in that way, we managed to get more or less isotropic resolution in X, Y, and Z. And here the important thing is not the structure of this plate, but probably the fact that we can resolve the size of the little isolated structure that you can see to the side. And this is because our collaborators have the theory that these little things can get in between the two synapses. And this is what is causing problem in the Alzheimer's disease. And with that, I think that's all. Yeah, I hope that you have a quick overview of the things that we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sí, pero las presentaciones no están aquí.
No, yo te lo enseñé.
Genial. Bueno,
Okay. So now we are going to continue with online talk by Andrés Camal from the Institute Pasteur de Montevideo in Latin American Bioimaging. So Andrés, can you hear us?
Yes, I am here and I can hear you pretty well. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Good. So let me share the screen. Presentation mode. Okay, everything ready? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure and a great opportunity to be presenting this for you. As you say, well, I'm Andrés Camal from Uruguay, work in the Institute Pasteur of Montevideo, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Latin American Bioimaging, which is a new network that we are building, that we would like you to present and to encourage to participate in. So first of all, I would like to do a brief description of what our aim is. We aim to fill a space in the community of bioimaging scientists that has not been taken before. We want to complement and strengthen things that are already existing in our Latin American community. That, as you might, as you know, Latin America is a very big region of the world with a long history in bioimaging sciences, especially microscopy. And this is just some of the examples of scientific societies that have been working for decades and nucleating bioimaging scientists. But we believe that there was some aspects of the bioimaging career or a field that was probably be needing a different network for nucleating and creating community. So I will give you a little bit of overview of how we got to create this network. And the final goal is to establish this Latin American bioimaging that we call LABI from now on, as a network to have a long-term impact in the Latin American biomedical research overall. So just a quick note, just you all know that, but as you know, Latin America is a very diverse region in many different aspects, and imaging capacities is not an exception. So we have countries with well-developed communities and organization of imaging facilities, like I mentioned here, a couple of them, like Argentina and Brazil. Mexico is another good example where you have, I would say, high level of organization and infrastructure organization. Just to mention a couple of things that you're seeing probably on the screen. I mean, Brazil it has over 700 electron microscopes only working and mapped, working and as services, and while in Uruguay you can only find 2 or things like this, and there are other countries that don't even have much equipment. So this is a reality we wanted to help improve. And just to give you a brief overview of the main steps we've been going through, and I think it's important to mention this in this particular audience, since I wish I could be seeing Chris and the rest of the people, but you will see that this Latin American bioimaging started probably in 2019, when we got a project together with Chris Wood between Uruguay and Mexico to cooperate in building capacities in both countries in imaging. And since then, we started working towards the creation of this Latin American network. I would really love to go through a couple of things of that story of the Urumex, what we call Urumex project, Urumex microscopy, and this is not going through. And you will find, I also wanted to tell you this, you will find the detailed story and context of Latin American bioimaging in this little post that we did with Chris and Leonel Malacrida for focal plane. So if you want to go into details of what I'm saying, you can go there and check it. But it's important for me in this occasion to mention this project, which is, I think, it has served as a catalyzer for creating the Latin American network. It was originally awarded to cooperate between Uruguay and Mexico. The international cooperation agencies funded us for 2 years. And so this is a team. These are the people that prepared the project and started to work together. You would see, and we started to work, I'm going to go quickly, in different aspects of imaging to strengthen capacities in both countries. So we set up a few goals and activities to cooperate in courses and research collaboration, also in dissemination and social appropriation of science. You may recognize Andres Saralegui there, working with a few school boys and girls, and we're going to be doing this in Mexico and Uruguay, and also trying to strengthen institutional and academic capacities. So Chris came here and interviewed with a lot of people and tried to get us a glimpse of what the reality in Uruguay was, and telling us about the experience of the national laboratory in Cuernavaca. And we came to work together with other people in the region and globally. And we start making contacts, pushing forward the idea of this new network. and we end up preparing a couple of events, regional events that were due to the pandemic carried on virtually, like this one. And we had and then we realized that we had a really nice response for the community, from the community. And you can also go and check all the talks that we made publicly available to see the details of it. I encourage you to do that in our YouTube channel. But we found that there was a necessity. So, and it was a good idea, and people was very encouraging to follow this path. And then we decided to apply for the Zuckerberg initiative for trying to work in establishing formally the network and start working. So this is the team that we officially are put our faces in for this project for CCI. But really, we are working together with all the members of the executive committee of the Latin American Bioimaging. So this is a great team of people that are very generous, and really, I want to say also that they represent important, even though it's a few countries, as you can see here, when you see the map and what we are covering right now with these members, it's quite an extensive part. We still have to go and try to get participants from other countries, and we are in the process of that, and I'm sure we will get there. The registration and the participation in LABI is open, and you can do it. It's self-voluntary. You can do it as an individual or as a core facility or a laboratory. And just to mention that these people that are currently in the temporary executive committee, they represent scientific societies like Microscopy Society of Brazil, of Uruguay, the National Microscopy System of Argentina, and they cover in their expertise a wide number of techniques. So these are key people that are helping and pushing to build this network. So I'll talk briefly about the project that we presented for CCI, and it's basically what we will be doing in the next 3 years, working together with the people, with you guys in Mexico, and with lots of people across the continent. And what we set up to accomplish was to really establish the network, and that needs to be that takes a lot of work in many aspects. So we're going to hire an executive assistant manager, and we want to build a modern way of communicating. So for coordination of efforts across the region, this is one thing that we really need, I believe, because even with this CCI call, we realize that there's a lot of people working in Latin America, and we need we believe that it's to take the most of us and to not duplicate and to cooperate. It will be important for all of us. So we need, for that, we will build a database through the webpage that I will present briefly at the end, and that you can go and sign up there, so you get registered and you can participate in many aspects in the network. You can put there and advertise your everything what you're doing that may be of interest for the community. So we're going to be able to build a database to find out who's doing who and where and what resources do we have available. That's the first goal we want to do. Of course, we want to try to organize meetings to get the people together and build community in that way. We'll be developing the working groups like they exist in other networks like Your Bioimaging or Global Bioimaging or North America Bioimaging. And in those working groups, we're going to be working in particular aspects that we have to define, but some of them are already pretty, they were already pointed out in these previous meetings that we had, like promoting career development and ensuring gender equity and etc. And then we want to promote access to training and technology. So LABI wants to try to nucleate all the efforts of like this course that you're having now in order to promote participation from people from all the countries. So we're going to have an active politic of trying to coordinate this so that we do not duplicate efforts and we can take the most of it. And of course, partner with national and international associations that are working like BINA, and I'm very glad to see people from BINA here. So yes, so this is the way we are envisioning how the network is going to work. So just this is a slide that we presented recently in the CCI meeting, just to point out about the focus of the goals we have, and this is what I've just described recently about the network, the web-based communication and social media, and the meetings that we're going to be organizing. And the first one is going to be on September this year in Montevideo, Uruguay. So I urge you to save the date for that. It would be wonderful to have as many people as we can here. And then we will develop training programs. So we will have partial funding for people to be able to attend, to develop training programs we envision 3 different categories. One is for users to want to go to courses like yours, for instance. We will have funds. If you have, so the idea is, if you register a course in the LABI database or webpage, then you will be eligible for people to have funds to attend to your course. So that's a way that we thought it would be encouraging people to participate and communicate what they're doing through the web, so that we can have a central place for information, and then also to help those courses and those initiatives through some funding. So we have that for courses, also for experiences, especially for people working, especially in imaging course. So you can go, so someone from any country in Latin America can go, for instance, to the National Laboratory of Mexico to learn and have a working experience there, to learn something that you agree with. So we're going to promote that through fellowships. And also the same thing for imaging scientists at a more advanced level, or staff of imaging course. So this is basically the idea of the activities we have planned for the next 3 years. This is a glimpse of the webpage that we have now. It's going to be renewed soon with this CCI fundings, but this is a wonderful job that Chris and the Mexican colleagues did to set up this, which it was already successful. So we aim to start having, a map of bioimaging people, labs, and core facilities in Latin America that will be of benefit for all of us. So I urge you to go there and register as a student, as a scientist, as a core facility. You can also register as a company. So that's the idea. And lately, the last slide, I want to remember you that we expect in September to have a very encouraging meeting face-to-face, because we have been working through distance for a long time, and I think in-person meetings, it's going to be very important. And in this meeting, we're going to be setting up the goals of the network for the next 3 years, establishing the new executive committee. So it would be a great opportunity to interact, to learn, to know people, to make contacts, to do networking, to build community, in a word. And also this year is particularly important that we're going to have right next, on the 14th and 15th of September, we're going to have the Global Bioimaging Exchange of Experiences here in Montevideo as well. So it's a unique opportunity to participate in the foundation, the formal foundation of LABI, which is already working, but it will be like the official launching of the network. And together with that, you get also participation in the Global Bioimaging Exchange of Experiences, which is a fantastic opportunity for all imaging scientists, I believe, especially those that are interested in career development and how to develop better imaging facilities, and etc. So once again, thank you very much, Adam. It's been a pleasure. I hope next time, well, I'll see you here. Well, not here. I'm right now. I'm very far away from Uruguay, but it's going to be fun. I'll let you know about the details later. But thank you again.
Thank you, Andres. Anybody has a question?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
We are asking for questions, but I think no one has one. So thank you so much, Andres. We are going to continue with our next talk. It's also an online talk by Nikki Viali and Vanessa Orr from Bioimaging North America.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you all today. Hopefully you can all hear me and you can see the screen. Vanessa's behind the scenes right now operating the screen, so I know it works well because she's very technically savvy. So we're here to talk today about Bioimaging North America, and both Vanessa and I are the administrative team for Bioimaging North America. Next slide. So BINA, as we affectionately call it, was established back in June of 2018, but it didn't really get its official presence on the web until 2019. And really from 2019 until about this time last year, it was totally run by volunteers. There was nobody paid to operate it at all. It was all volunteers working diligently in the background. And then they were fortunate enough to get CZI funding, and Vanessa and I got to come on board on the project. And we are just thoroughly enjoying the group that we're working with. It's just a wonderful group of bioimaging scientists who are committed to basically creating a community for North American bioimaging scientists. Next slide. So one of the first things that we did was really sat down with our leadership group and we said, okay, well, let's try and really iron out what the vision and mission and core values of the group are. So this slide is the result of that discussion over several months to really try to drill down on the mission of connecting and empowering the bioimaging community and providing them with the united voice to advance science. And we're basically engaging the bioimaging scientists across North America, so that's Canada, Mexico, and the United States, by creating an inclusive and supportive community to share, advance, and succeed together. And it really is about all of us succeeding together and working as a community and helping to build that community and those conversations. So key to all of this are our core values, which are around community. We are very community focused and wanting to be as inclusive as possible. So we are thrilled to have the opportunity to talk to you all today so that you can hear a little bit more about what we're trying to do and hopefully get more of you involved as well. We have a very deep focus on excellence. We have a very active QC and data management group who really are about setting standards to enable reproducibility in imaging science. And underpinning all of these things are the advocacy and education and interaction and networking and standardization that BINA is involved with on a day-to-day basis. Next slide. So the activities that are being funded by the CZI funds are meetings and workshops, training opportunities, exchange of experiences, which currently have had to be virtual only, but we are hoping once things start to settle down with the pandemic that those will start to be in person as well. We have funded a number of professional development opportunities, and we originally wanted to really just focus on those in-person activities. Again, with COVID, we had to reconsider that, and we've actually supported some virtual professional development opportunities. And something that we did fairly early on with all of our working groups was have a community conversation where we basically had a meeting and shared with our community what our plans were and looked for feedback from them about whether that's what in fact they wanted. Because it's one thing for us to think, oh, they need this or they need that. But if we go ahead and do it and nobody really wants it, then it's a waste of time. So these community conversations have been very useful, getting feedback from the communities as to what it is that they really are struggling with and what it is that we can help with. And as I said, the QC and data management group are very much about standards and quality, and have produced a metrology suitcase program, which is based on a similar program that France Bioimaging rolled out, I think 5 or 6 years ago. And while BINA's suitcase is quite a bit smaller than the France Bioimaging suitcase, we're hoping that it will grow as that effort and that initiative grows. So these are all activities that the CZI funding is going to be making possible for us, and meetings are now, we're actually now starting to plan an in-person meeting, our annual meeting at the end of the year in October. And that'll be on a later slide, and we'll have you put a little save the date in your calendars for that date. So our next slide shows you the various working groups that are active in BINA. And again, I want to remind you that these are all volunteers. These are people who are passionate about the work that they do and about supporting the North American bioimaging community. So we have a communications team which focuses primarily on the web, and training and education, which during the pandemic essentially went online. We have a diversity and equity inclusion group, which is very active. And as I say, the quality and control group has been very busy. Image informatics and the corporate partners groups are 2 new working groups that came out within the last 6 months and have been extremely active. So in this next slide, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about what these various working groups are up to. So the communications working group is primarily focused with the newsletter and the website. And our membership now is about 560, 87% of which are academic and 13% are corporate. And with the new corporate partners group, we're trying to reach out to a few more of those corporate bioimaging scientists to try and get a better balance of representation from the corporate bioimaging community as well. So we're very heavily US membership right now at 79%, Canada at 11%. So anybody here in this audience who hasn't joined BINA, we really strongly encourage you to join and have a voice in our community, because we are here to support you too. So please consider joining us. All in all, we have about 22 different countries represented in our membership. And on a monthly basis, if you join, you get a newsletter that Vanessa puts together every month, very carefully crafting to share with everybody the news and updates for that particular month. And if you sign up in the next 48 hours, you will hopefully get to see the new BINA newsletter with the new upgraded BINA website. We hope at the end of this week to launch our news website with all kinds of beautiful images that were supplied by our community at a contest earlier in the year. So that's what the comms working group's up to. As I said, the quality control and data management working group were very busy over the COVID period, and they worked with an international group called Quarep-Limi and have put together a focus issue in Nature Methods back in December that really was focused on tools for reproducibility, in imaging science. And that article was shared at a community conversation in January. And I think we had about 60 different participants that came to listen basically to the authors of those 9 publications that basically focus on tools to help people collect the necessary metadata in order to make imaging data reproducible once it's published. So they provided this community conversation in January, and then at one of our next monthly training and education workshops, they're going to be providing more information on the various tools that they've developed so that people can actually start implementing them in their daily workflows. If you missed that community conversation, it's actually on our YouTube channel. So I'd encourage you to go take a look at our YouTube channel and check that out. And then please keep your eyes peeled for the various training opportunities that are going to come up in the next couple of months around the various tools that that group has produced in order to help make it easier to collect the metadata that you need to collect when taking images. And while we see that the core facility staff are probably a key group, a key linchpin in disseminating this, these tools, it's really for all microscopists, anybody collecting data, to be aware of what those tools are and the metadata that you need to collect. So please consider joining us for those upcoming events. And the next slide is our training and education working group. As I say, they were very busy during the pandemic collecting online training resources. And they had in fact, they were the first group to have a community conversation. And out of that community conversation has spun out this monthly meeting for core managers to get together and discuss things that are, challenging for them. So each month there's a topic and they get into breakout rooms and share experiences. And initially we were quite worried that the lack of structure to these would make them not work well. But in fact, it turns out that people are just really looking for an opportunity to engage and talk about where they're struggling and hear from seasoned core facility managers as to how to address them. So this is a virtual event, as I say, happens every, the last Wednesday of every month, and everybody's welcome to join. The next one that we'll be having will probably focus on some funding mechanisms that are primarily US focused, but we are eager to hear from you all about what infrastructure funding opportunities there are in Mexico that we could try and help you all put workshops together on improving grant submissions and strengthening proposals for those submissions. The core facility leadership and management course Bina will be running a virtual pilot in September of this year. And again, we'd like for you all to keep your eyes peeled for that, because it's going to provide an opportunity to participate in a leadership and core management course on a virtual platform. It's 8 sessions over the course of 4 weeks. It's limited to 16 people. So once we send out the notice about that, please jump on it if you want to try and attend that. So again, the training and education working group's involved with a broader international effort, in fact, that we are trying to gather together all of the training and education resources that are available online. And Bina has started with a fairly extensive database that we have. And if you have any language-specific training materials, we are very eager to beef up the number of Spanish and French materials, particularly at the sort of entry-level microscopy courses and training sessions. Try and engage people earlier in their careers and younger folks to get involved in microscopy. And so that effort, you'll hear more about that in the coming year. And at this point, I will hand off to Vanessa so that she can take it away from here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me. I'm going to continue telling you about some of these working groups. So our image informatics working group is one of our newer working groups, and they are currently working and helping organize the I2K 2022 meeting. And that is going to be a free conference, and it's going to be completely virtual. So please do consider signing up if you're interested, or well, it's for everyone from users of image analysis tools all the way through to developers. And to Nikki's earlier point about the training resources, if you have any available, please share them with us. There's a form to do so on our, again, we're launching our new website. I'll talk more about that in a moment. We're very excited about that. But this group is also hoping to start creating content of their own around image analysis and sharing that content with the community. And as we do represent Canada, United States, and Mexico, we do want to make sure that that content is being, we are trying to make sure that we have subtitles in French and Spanish as well as English. And The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Group has been involved in a number of meetings, most recently the Advanced Imaging Methods meeting, hosting a breakout session during that. And they've also been active on Twitter. The courses that we've talked about, so thanks to the CZI funding, we have been able to support a number of courses across the United States and Canada so far, and we are very anxious to help support courses that are happening in Mexico. So we're very excited to hear about the work that is going on right now and the upcoming opportunities. So please do let us know. We also have a spot where you can let us know about any upcoming events in your community. And so we look forward to hearing about those and sharing those. Again, I'm writing the newsletter, so email me and I'm happy to share those events with our community. And yeah, we've done a nice job so far of supporting a wide variety of students from a wide variety of backgrounds, and we're always looking to support more students. So if you're interested in any of the courses highlighted in red here, do look into them more and see if you can still participate, and let us know that you're participating. This is just one case we wanted to highlight. We really appreciated Michael's feedback. He was able to attend the OMIBS course thanks in part to supporting from CZI through BINA. And 6 months later, he's now working on hosting his own course at University of North Carolina, Pembroke, where he's based. And so we're really excited and passionate about trying to support these professional development opportunities, because we understand how valuable they are. CZI understands how valuable they are, and we know what a big impact they can have for the community. Our Corporate Partners Working Group is another one of our new working groups, and they had their community conversation back in November, which then spawned out 2 workshops, which the first one was around infrastructure grants, which was featured on our, two of the talks from that were recorded. You can view them on our YouTube channel. And then the second one is specifically around NIH funding, which is a US funding-based mechanism. And again, as Nikki said, we really want to hear about your funding mechanisms, get involved with these groups and come talk to us, because we want to make sure that our programming is serving your community as well. They are also very interested, and be on the lookout for upcoming announcements about careers workshops. Our corporate partners, as well as the members of that group, understand that there is a wide variety of careers available to imaging scientists that you don't always hear about as you're going through your schooling. And so in order to emphasize that for everyone from undergraduates all the way through postdocs and early career scientists, we're hoping to have programming around that in the near future. So website resources, again, all these pages are going to be revamped in the near future, so be on the lookout for that. But we've got our training resources available on the website. Again, you can post to us and send us your events that are happening, as well as jobs that are available in your communities. And then we have a core facilities page, which we're very excited about some of the new features that are going to be. I'll post the link to the chat, and maybe that can be shared with the people in the audience later on. But or sign up for our newsletter and you can get the updates about it. We'll be featuring this. We're very excited about it'll be more searchable, more interactive, and we're hoping to list a lot of the technologies that are available in core facilities as this database develops, so that we can help facilitate things like exchange of experiences, hosting demos, technology interactions, and all those kinds of great positive things for the community. So this is just kind of somewhat a summary, but again, our community is all of North America, and that definitely includes Mexico. So please do look into our working groups, get involved, reach out to us if you have any questions. Our email and Twitter will be on the end of our last slide, but we're very excited to be here. We're so excited to hear about the work that's happening in Mexico. And so please get involved with our community. And again, we're happy to share what's happening. And with that, just a reminder about the I2K conference, the exchange of experience, and the virtual group for the leadership management course. And with that, thank you very much to CZI for their support, and thank you to our sponsors. And again, this form will be updating. Also, I'll post a link in the chat, and that can hopefully go out to the audience. But we've got a new form. We've tried to translate it into Spanish and French as well. Again, we're trying to be as inclusive of our entire community as possible. So please get involved with us, reach out, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nikki and Vanessa. Anyone has a question? And yes, you can take the emails if you want to give it back. You can.
Andres has a question. So please go ahead, Andres.
Well, more than a question, it's a comment that I just want to take the opportunity to publicly thank the people from BINA, because they've been inspiring for us, and so I think we will be working together definitely, and this is a nice opportunity because Mexico is like the link between the two communities. So thank you once again to all of you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming here and help us to push forward this initiative.
And I'm going to have to apologize for not being able to stay, but it's kind of very late here in Europe, in East Europe. So I want to say goodbye and thank you very much for the invitation again. And I guess we're going to be able to see the recordings of the next talks later on. Adan?
Please say it again.
Are we going to be able to see the recordings of the next? Okay, perfect. So have a nice end of journey. See you.
Adios. Bye-bye.
Adios, Andres.
Okay, thank you. We are going to continue with our first roundtable. It will be organized by Andres Aralegui.
Just following had some comments on the previous session. So for a number of years now, Mexico has been participating in Biomedical America. We've been very heavily involved in setting up Latin American Biomedical. When I say Mexico, I say me. Okay, and this is a big problem. This is now a big problem. Okay? Because I do not represent enough of the Mexican biomedical community. And there are huge advantages to participating in a really fruitful experience. I've learned so much. And there are real benefits to participation now. There is help in meetings. There's all sorts of good information, all sorts of beneficial things that come from participation. And so it's very important we start to diversify. Otherwise, people just think I'm going to keep the benefits. So we need to diversify, and you guys really are in the front line of how we need to reach our communities. The community is much bigger than the people in this room above. But you are the nodes of those communities. You see 10, 20, 30, 40 research groups come to your facility. And they already maybe 5, 6 people in those facilities. So we need to get this information flowing through channels that we can build here in Mexico. So that all the great benefits of Bioimaging and Bioimaging North America, and the global Bioimaging and translations that are created can reach the widest number of people. So this is a big, shall we say, goal for this meeting is to get this information now and start to get distributed. So just want to say that it's been a real privilege to represent Mexico on these committees, on these executive committees. But now is very much the time to start spreading the benefits around and spreading the participation. After this, we'll see we are doing that.
Okay. Muchas gracias a todos por estar acá. Voy a hacer las preguntas las voy a hacer en español. Acá. Bueno. Nada más habla un poco fuerte. Bueno, muchas gracias por estar acá todos. Voy a hacer mis preguntas en español. No sé quién quiere empezar primero, quizás Pablo. Quería preguntarte cuáles son los mayores desafíos que te has encontrado al ser director de una facility de microscopía.
So to repeat the question in English, what has been the greatest challenges for setting up a microscopical facility? What are the biggest challenges that are faced?
Okay, thank you for the question. This is very important and very interesting to discuss. I remember when I first started microscopy, coming with a background as a physicist, the main challenge was to understand biology. This was very difficult. But the other way around is the same. Biology is good to understand as well. So I think that my first challenge was that to break this interface between biology and physics. I remember this little anecdote. My wife is a neurobiologist, and I was just starting, and I built a microscope with magnification and resolution and everything. And I was very proud to show to my wife, look, this is the microscope and so on. And it had a little problem. The sample was mounted like this, not, I mean, like this, not like that. But it has two objectives and so on, very nice. And she said, no, not what? That is not a microscope. Why not? You can see the image there, and it has this resolution, this magnification. No, that doesn't work. And that was a very important lesson. And then all my microscopes were built as an upright or inverted. I think that was the first challenge that I need to face. And later on, with the time, there were other challenges. For example, my group is composed of researchers and staff. And it is very difficult to explain to people why researchers are working on a facility. And I believe that it is an opportunity for these researchers because researchers have a particular project and they work on a particular subject. But when I have a user that is using the microscope in which my postdocs are working, then I say, okay, you have the opportunity to work in a different area, to work with new people, to learn about new ideas. So my people can have now papers and a trajectory on their own research, but also benefit from interacting with many other people. That, to me, has worked, but I think that this is very difficult to explain to many people. But I am truly convinced that for researchers, for young researchers, this is really, really enriching. And this goes with another thing that is very interesting. My researchers know how to operate the microscopes, and they build and dismount the microscopes in hours. So they are capable of maintaining many of the microscopes. So this big problem that is, how do you maintain the microscope? Well, for us, it's not trivial, but it's not difficult, right? And I think this is, for us, has been really, really important to keep as a facility with very low budget, running mainly with competitive.
Thank you, Pablo. I agree. It's always very important to make sure that all of the different elements, which are very different elements to being a research group, a pure research group needs, are in place. So a lot of core facilities when they start from very low beginning, so in less developed countries, if you look at the history of them, many, all of them, virtually all of them started as research labs, and they got a microscope, and then maybe they started getting questions for collaboration, and more collaborators came in, and then maybe the director of the institute saw that there was an opportunity, and then thought, well, maybe we can turn this into a service. So it's a few of them were very carefully planned. We were lucky in the national laboratory to be able to do that planning and to start from scratch. Many of them are sort of built up almost by accident. And kind of then all of a sudden it's there, and there's an expectation for all of these different responsibilities that a service has. But service is place, but we saw an example of a very strong research lab built around a service facility, or a service facility built around a research lab. Which way around it goes is personal choice. Really different competing elements. So service, and then outreach, and then education. But what I really want to emphasize is training and human resources. A core facility is a collection of microscopes or a collection of instruments that do very, very little on their own. It's the human resources that make a core facility useful, that makes it work, makes it be a true asset to the community that it serves of researchers. And that's not, apart from the technical issues, which are obviously clearly there, that's areas, if you pay close attention to Bioimaging America's presentation, Latin America's bioimaging plans, they're all focused on human resources. They're focused on getting the standards and the quality of the attention, getting the standard and quality of the knowledge of the people involved in facilities, and the people that are doing bioimaging to the highest levels possible. And that, to me, is crucial. That's the crucial challenge. It's either through recruitment or training, or making sure that we have the next generations coming through that are getting access to the best equipment and the best techniques and learning about that. We always have to be mindful of the need to have the best human resources in the facilities, for sure.
Gracias. La siguiente pregunta era también dirigida a los dos, y ustedes dos tienen la particularidad de que conocen los dos medios, han trabajado en Europa y en México. Y la pregunta era, ¿en qué se diferencian esos desafíos que tuvieron al hacerse cargo de sus facilities de los que hubieran tenido en Latinoamérica de los que tienen en Europa?
Okay, so to repeat the question in English, what do you think are the differences between having, or what aspects do they differ, the challenges that are needed to run a core facility or start a core facility between Europe and Mexico and Latin America?
Okay, I'm going to start again by explaining some memories. I remember when I did my first degree here in Mexico, in the Zacatecas, before it was called Centro de Instrumentos. I remember I was working with an argon laser, and this argon laser used to break from time to time. So I remember spending hours and hours trying to repair the laser. Not doing research, trying to repair the laser. And that was part of my formation. You do physics, you work with lasers, with optics, and things break, and then you repair them, and then you continue. That was fine. But then I went to do my PhD to Europe. And then at month 1, this special laser diode that I was using for my research was broken. And I suddenly started to remember what happened to my previous experience. Okay, we are going to have to find money, wait 6 months, try to repair, and then continue with my research. But no, what happened is that my postdoc in that moment took the laser diode and throw it like this to the bin. Turn around, open a new box, and take out a different laser diode. And then I continue 5 minutes. So I think this is very important. The resources that are in Europe are different than the resources that are here. But at the same time, I'm gonna recall one phrase that I heard from Enrico Furman. The older people may remember him, a very important physicist here in Mexico. He was asked, how would you rate Mexican science as compared to other things? And his answer was, in terms of difficulty, very hard, really, really hard. But in terms of quality, really, really hard. Because in Mexico, when you do science, it's a very good science. I think it's difficult to get the money.
Well, this has been one of the things I've very much become aware of strongly over interacting with our international networks. And I've come to realize that the challenges are very, very similar, almost universal. They can differ in scale and they can differ in context. And you see that even within Mexico, there are units, core facilities here with 10 equipment, 5 equipment, more, less, one equipment, one microscope. But they are all core facilities because that's much more of a philosophy of openness as opposed to how many microscopes. You know, that doesn't matter. If you think you have a big facility, there are ones in the States with 30 microscopes. You know, so there's always someone with more microscopes. So that, you know, that is not what is important. What is important is learning about different people's experiences, making contact through these communities, and learning about the interesting approaches that other people have taken to overcome the difficulties that we all face. So, for instance, it's a big one of the issues I always identify in Mexico is that we have problems of recognition of the work that imaging scientists in core facilities do, because evaluation mechanisms are very much based around assessing scientists and technicians, researchers and technicians on research and not about service and outreach business. Well, there's a brilliant website in the UK called Imaging Scientists. I can't remember if it's .com or .org. And they did this website because they have exactly the same problem in the UK. And they produced this website, beautifully produced, to promote the work that the imaging scientists simply start doing. Because they had exactly the same problem. And they have had core facilities in the UK since the early 90s, in optical microscopy. So the problems are the same, they really are. And it's easy to feel isolated, especially in Mexico. The distances are huge, the bureaucracy is massive, everything just feels impossible at times. But we are already sharing today, experiences. We are already finding commonalities. And this is something we can help each other with, through past experience or things to avoid, things to do, things not to do. And we're already starting to exchange that information. And that's the way we can really start to benefit as a group, as opposed to just always having to work things out for ourselves every single time. Makes sense.
Y por cuestiones de tiempo, la última pregunta sería, yo sé que han mencionado, pero me gustaría un poco que si podían profundizar en las oportunidades que ven ustedes en ser un manager en una core facility.
Okay,
pero por la grabación.
Okay. Sí.
Español.
No fui yo. Oportunidades, ok. Bueno, Pablo.
Pues la microscopía es tremendamente amplia. La microscopía involucra saber mucho de biología, preparar la muestra, hacer la visualización, muchas veces arreglar o poner a punto los microscopios para una muestra determinada, tomar las imágenes, procesar los datos, con las nuevas técnicas, la gran cantidad de datos que se generan, saberlos manejar todos estos datos. Entonces yo creo que es una actividad altamente multidisciplinaria y yo creo que es para la gente joven una oportunidad inmensa de aprender de muchísimos temas, Entonces, claro, para mí es muy gratificante ver cómo las nuevas generaciones pueden hablar fluidamente desde large datasets, machine learning, image processing, saben de óptica adaptativa, saben de láseres, saben de cáncer, HIV, etc. Yo creo que es una gran oportunidad para las generaciones. Yo estoy fascinado de estar en contacto en este mundo y sobre todo, bueno, me siento muy gratificado de poder estar aquí.
Bueno, en español van a tener que sufrir. Muy bien. Oportunidades. Yo creo que estamos en un punto crítico, en un momento para la ciencia a nivel mundial. Nunca hemos tenido la ciencia tan alta en la agenda de los científicos, de los políticos. Perdón. La pandemia, la respuesta, hay virólogos expertos en cada esquina ahora, ¿no? Cada persona en el supermercado te va a decir cuál es su vacuna favorita y por qué, y todos los mecanismos que, ¿no? Increíble. Eso ha sido un momento de inculcar la ciencia dentro de la importancia de la ciencia dentro de la sociedad como yo nunca había visto. Pero al mismo tiempo tenemos corrientes anticientíficos más fuertes que nunca, los anti-vaxxers, los anti, ¿no? Entonces, el modelo social en donde la ciencia se insertaba ya no existe. Ya no existe, ya es un momento, eso ya pasó. Podemos pensar que vamos a regresar antes, como era antes, vamos a decir en México, ¿no? Que pues cada uno recibía su pedacito de pastel y se encerraba entre los muros de su laboratorio y se trabajaban y publicaban y graduaban. Pues ya no, ya estamos en la mira de los políticos. Ya vemos las políticas del gobierno, ya están centralmente parte de conocimiento. Y no desde ese sexenio, desde antes también. Antes había mucha énfasis en la innovación, el modelo neoliberal, los patentes, todo eso. Ya ahora se cambió. Entonces ya estamos en otra época. Ya los políticos están decidiendo qué regreso de su inversión quieren, ¿no? Y tenemos que ser pues vistos ante esas exigencias. Y yo no lo veo como algo negativo, yo lo veo algo positivo. O peor sería que nos ignoran. Es decir, que ya no estamos en la mirada de los políticos, es que ya están valorando la ciencia, ya están viendo la contribución real que la ciencia puede hacer para mejorar sociedades, para mejorar vidas. Entonces tenemos detalles, ¿no? Pero al menos tenemos una apertura de agenda que tenemos que explorar y ser suficientemente flexibles para remodelar nuestro auto como visión de cómo es y cómo ser científico en México. Y ser más flexibles y responder más ante las exigencias de la sociedad sobre lo que esperan de nosotros. Entonces yo veo grandes oportunidades, pero tenemos que ser organizados en el momento. Ir como individuos al sector político no va a funcionar. No nos van a hacer caso. La primera pregunta de un político, ¿quién representas? ¿No? ¿Cuántos votos hay en ti? ¿No? Para ponerlo muy directo, pero ¿quién representas? ¿Qué tan grande es la comunidad? Porque esto es lo que les importa. Entonces, es muy importante que nos organizamos, es muy importante que ponemos un piso firme, incluyendo todo incluye pues la parte de la presentación de Roberto, todo sobre el impacto que puede tener, cómo medimos impacto. Impacto ya no es publicaciones y estudiantes, el impacto puede ser mucho más. Y tenemos que abrir los brazos y aceptar que este trabajo se va a diversificar y va a haber muchos maneras en el futuro en donde podemos mostrar nuestra contribución a la sociedad. Entonces, eso es un trabajo para todos nosotros, unidos vamos a tener mucho más tracción, mucho más impacto a nivel político, porque estamos cada vez más cerca a ellos. Y eso es un efecto que la pandemia aceleró mucho, pero no se pone en reversa desde mi punto de vista.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias.
Preguntas.
Gracias a todos. En esta cuestión como que estamos comentando de que pudiera afectarse con un cambio de paradigma, de que los chilenos están yéndose o concentrándose específicamente en ciertas actividades de cualquier estado. Pero en este sentido, ¿cómo ves la realidad de México? La realidad de México, desde un poquito PIB que se le da a ciencia y tecnología, pasa de 5 años,
ese tiene una componente de recursos para el gran, más del 75%. Lo que es la industria privada, lo que es los grupos, innovación y tecnología es ridículo, son 10, 15. Entonces, en la comunidad de ciencia y tecnología, pero también nosotros siempre hemos criticado, bueno, es que no, ni siquiera nos dan pero entonces también cómo implementar las estrategias para cambiar la correlación, no sea 1% del gasto total en ciencia y tecnología, pero que también esta parte que no tiene que tenga un incremento sustancial. En México es imposible pensar en un incremento sustancial. ¿Tú crees que este tipo de iniciativas sea la única manera de hacerlo? Digamos que es también un vínculo para atraer a esos potenciales inversores privados que están en muchas partes y no se atreven a hacer un vínculo. ¿Cómo lo
Mira, actualmente hemos tenido iniciativas en donde yo diría, pues, se han visto hacia generar infraestructuras que antes pues, no existían, salvo casos como telescopios grandes, no, pero uno de los retos que yo veo para los próximos 5 o 10 años, es algo que hablé antes, es cómo convertimos laboratorios nacionales o core facilities en infraestructuras, ¿no? A nivel nacional. Parte del interés del sector político que yo he visto, sobre todo en el Reino Unido, sobre todo en otros lados, la ciencia ya es casi demasiado importante para dejar en manos de los científicos, ¿no? En términos de su impacto del desarrollo que puede promocionar, que sea de desarrollo económico, social o en cualquier desarrollo que tú quieres ver, la ciencia juega un papel y yo creo que poco a poco esta realización se está llegando. Entonces, por ejemplo, Bioimaging en particular, los microscopios se usan en todos los laboratorios de ciencias de la vida, ciencias clínicas, eso es fundamentalmente importante. Entonces el gobierno británico lo identificó como una de las 3 tecnologías para recibir, vamos a decir, atención, apoyo especial en sus fondos de inversión en infraestructura científica. Si ellos se están dando cuenta, yo creo que eso te da el modelo. Entonces, si ellos reconocen la importancia de la bioimagenología, entonces tenemos que empezar a transmitir, exigir, transmitir el mismo mensaje, es decir, para la competitividad de ciencia en México es muy importante que trabajamos juntos y que adoptamos los mismos modelos, porque no lo están haciendo por capricho. Tú vas a cualquier sistema político en el mundo y todo el mundo tiene la mano extendida, ¿no? Pero están escogiendo dónde invertir y en microscopía, a través de Zuckerberg también, ellos no tenían, nadie los obligó a apoyar Imagery, ¿no? Tienen un remit sobre biomedicina, pero la importancia de imagenología, bioimagenología, para ellos era, ¿no? Es evidente desde el inicio. Entonces estamos en una posición con mucho antecedente, vamos a decir, pero tenemos que promotar una base y construir una base, promotarlo en ya más recursos para nosotros que sean para equipos, para mejores equipos, mayores equipos, más core facilities, más apoyo a nivel de recurso humano, más plazas, mejor capacitación, etcétera, ¿no? Empezar con diplomados, empezar a tener más programas académicos y construir todo un ecosistema que se requiere para apoyar lo que terminan siendo infraestructuras de mucho valor agregado para sus huéspedes, sus países, sus anfitriones. Y eso es un proceso que en el modelo, para mí, sobre todo, es Europa, ¿no? Entonces, en Bioimaging, pero también a nivel nacional, y muchos de los países ahí lo están haciendo muy bien. Entonces, voy a pasar a Pablo, si me puede decir cómo él ve la diferencia entre infraestructura así y como vamos a decir, más facilities que están no tan interconectados.
Claro, yo creo que, a ver, estoy totalmente en línea con lo que dijiste y yo creo que es fundamental que haya una política común, sobre todo en lo que es las infraestructuras de microscopía. Ahora sí que aunque suene trillado, pero la unión hace la fuerza. Pero yo creo que esto es súper importante porque a los políticos lo que les mueve muchas veces son como niños. Yo quiero la mejor infraestructura del mundo. Si a un político tú le dices, aquí tienes la mejor infraestructura del mundo, el político va a poder convencer a su gente para que dé dinero. Entonces, en lo que dice Chris, estoy totalmente en línea. Que estén unidos y que trabajen con los mismos objetivos, yo creo que es súper importante. Y siempre con la mira de ser los mejores, de crecer y hacer la ciencia como al más alto nivel. La excelencia es lo que les va a dar la llave con los políticos.
Sí, la excelencia y también, y con un político decir, dame dinero, eso te pone en fila con muchos más, ¿no? Hay que integrar esfuerzos. Zuckerberg ya dijo, no queremos hacer eso solo, queremos purgar la bomba, pero ya es para ustedes, ¿no? Encontrar la manera de agregar más momento a eso, más ímpetu. Eso te podría ayudar ojalá que te ayude a abrir puertas, ¿no? Pero hay que ir a empujar en esas puertas. Mi experiencia con los políticos es muy poco, pero hay que ofrecerles soluciones. Si ves con ellos y dices que necesitamos dinero, eso, como digo, eso te pone en la fila de millones. Pero si uno va con ellos y dice, vemos sus objetivos, nosotros proponemos una solución para el problema que tienen. Ahí ahí lo van a recibir ya con mucho mejor, porque hay que tratar de responder a sus prioridades, que no siempre son no están tan extremos como se pintan en los medios, ¿no? A veces en los medios se ponen todo el extremo, ¿no? Ha habido comentarios como que, pues, ¿no? Absurdos, ¿no? De gente inconforme con cómo ha cambiado el panorama político, el panorama entre la política y la ciencia en México. Y no digo que deberíamos estar muy como, ¿qué es la palabra en español? Como muy débil entre ellos, es decir, ¿no? Podemos identificar nuestros objetivos y tratar de alinearlos lo mejor posible con los propios objetivos de los políticos. Yo estoy seguro, a través de organización, podemos llegar a propuestas que van a ser muy atractivas para ellos, muy atractivos. Y capaces porque a cada nivel que pasas, ¿no? Entonces, hay estructuras en Europa, hay todos sistemas de financiamiento para hacer lazos y proyectos en común con infraestructuras. Entonces, hay infraestructuras, no sé cuántos se identifican, 20, 25 diferentes infraestructuras en la Unión Europea que tienen dinero para formar lazos con infraestructuras en el extranjero, ¿no? En Latinoamérica específicamente. Pero yo no puedo ir con la hermandad si yo soy una infraestructura, ¿no? Yo no somos, ¿no? Entonces, pero el momento, si logramos obtener mejor organización y mejor coordinación de nuestros esfuerzos, ya te lleva a otro nivel en donde ya te abre otro como estrata de posible como comunicación y colaboración. oportunidades abundan. Pero cuesta trabajo y coordinación alcanzar la unidad para alcanzarlos. Eso sí. Pues va, pero soñando aquí, pero ¿más preguntas? Roberto. Roberto.
Una es de sus modelos visualiza o considera la participación de la ciencia social. Otra es cómo incluye el trabajo a sus usuarios. Y hay una actividad que tratar de hacer las acciones y el último es el tema de el oxígeno. ¿Qué podríamos hacer en el sistema de pensamiento que cada vez son más demandantes? ¿Cómo visualizan?
Voy a tener que ir en orden inversa porque pues, tengo memoria de pez de onato. Estuve justo en la reunión de Zuckerberg, ¿no? Pensando en cómo financiarlo. Alguien puso la sugerencia, no recuerdo quién, pero dijo, lo que necesitamos es un ¿cómo se dice? Como un CONACYT, pero para Latinoamérica, ¿no? Estamos para integrar todo ese esfuerzo a nivel latinoamericano. Necesitamos un funding council, pero a nivel, ¿no? Del continente, los continentes. Y mi reacción inmediata fue, ¿no? ¿Sabes qué? ¿Por qué no? ¿Por qué no? Si esto es la solución, o esto puede ser parte de la solución a un problema, que tenemos que es muy difícil integrar entonces diferentes Latinoamérica Bioimaging empezó con una iniciativa binacional entre Uruguay y México, y eso ya rindió fruta. Entonces, sí, realmente, pero es algo binacional. ¿Qué podemos lograr con TRI, ¿no? 4, quinta nacional, lo que sea? Imagínate la potencial de generar sinergias y magia al final, creatividad, a nivel de todo un continente. A mí me encanta la idea, ¿no? No tengo la más mínima idea cómo ¿no? participar para que esto se haga realidad. Pero estoy muy dispuesto a, ¿no? investigar y hablar con la investigadora y decir, entonces, ¿tienes ideas? ¿No? ¿Qué podemos hacer? Y cómo vamos a presentar esas ideas. Es de pequeñas semillas, ¿no? Pues grandes árboles crecen. No sé, pues hay que ser realista. Oportunidades abundan, pero hay algunos frutos que están un poco más cerca de cosecharse. Y la primera pregunta de ciencias sociales, pues por supuesto que sí. Lo que dije hace como 10 minutos. La ciencia como antes, vamos a decir, ciencia y ahora estamos todavía en las batallas de ciencia básica y ciencia aplicada. Todos estamos trabajando. Todos deberíamos estar trabajando así un fin de mejorar la condición humana, ¿no? Y cualquier persona, disciplina, grupo que me puede ayudar así o me puede ayudar o entre sí nos podemos ayudar a lograr ese fin de tener una visión mucho más clara del valor de la microscopía. No solamente una visión, pero datos que muestran que la microscopía puede fortalecer la educación, puede fortalecer la formación, puede fortalecer la economía, puede fortalecer la competitividad, puede fortalecer nuestro, vamos a decir, la filosofía atrás de lo que estamos tratando de tratar. Fenomenal. Es un rompecabezas y esas son las piezas. Y necesitamos, y a mí no me importa de dónde vienen, no es ideas y contribuciones y fortalecimiento y puede venir de cualquier disciplina. Y bienvenido y vamos a ver qué magia surge, ¿no? De la creatividad. Habla mucho de promover multidisciplinaridad, interdisciplinaridad en México, pero la realidad ha sido muy difícil de lograr. Pero no es decir que no tenga valor. Sí tiene mucho valor. Nada más que el camino no es necesariamente tan fácil, pero vale la pena intentar, por supuesto.
Agregar aquí, ¿sí? Con respecto a la pregunta de las disciplinas sociales, yo creo que hoy por hoy ya no se puede hablar de la ciencia aislada. Es decir, como uno como investigador tiene que aprender a vender su producto. Tiene que aprender a ser líder. Tiene que saber interaccionar con la sociedad mediante, por ejemplo, la creación de las patentes es bien importante. La creación de la patente tiene el potencial de creación de industria. La creación de industria tiene la capacidad de captar gente, de captar nuevos trabajos. No sé, los medios de difusión tienes que saber enseñar lo que haces, darle visibilidad. Entonces yo creo que la ciencia ya ha dejado de ser una cosa en la que se visualiza una persona dentro de 4 paredes, sino que tiene que estar bien interligada con todo lo que es la sociedad. Yo creo que eso es súper importante. Ya se me olvidaron las otras preguntas.
Creo que hicimos 1 y 3. ¿Segundo? ¿Cuál fue el segundo? ¿Cómo incluimos a los usuarios en el ámbito, ¿no? Si vamos a tener comunidad, supongo, ¿no?
A ver, y un poco mezclando los usuarios y la parte de financiamiento. A ver, un biólogo, un médico, necesitaría quizás acceder a los microscopios avanzados. Un médico necesitaría acceder a los microscopios avanzados, pero probablemente no tenga el dinero para financiar el acceso a los microscopios. Ese puede ser un problema. Sin embargo, los científicos suelen tener proyectos, ¿sí? Con lo cual pueden acceder a las infraestructuras de apoyo. Si estas infraestructuras de apoyo están coordinadas y pueden dirigir a este usuario al lugar al que más le convenga, la posibilidad de que este usuario sea exitoso en su investigación es muchísimo más alta. Si es más alta su posibilidad de éxito, es más fácil que genere nuevo conocimiento. Si genera nuevo conocimiento, es más fácil que pueda acceder a nuevas fuentes de financiación. Entonces, sí es cierto que Mal visto puede ser una espiral que cae donde no debe, pero bien visto, trabajando en común, yo creo que esto se puede convertir en una espiral ascendente. Y la financiación y los usuarios vendrán de manera natural.
Voy a decir algo quizás un poco más práctico. Lo que nos, o yo creo, y lo que el LMA no es un como outsourcing de experimentos. De hecho, tuve un correo el otro día, alguien dice, pues yo te mando mis muestras por el correo y ustedes los escanean y luego me pasan los resultados, ¿no? Entonces, así no trabajamos, ¿no? Así no trabajamos. Salvo que sea algo absolutamente rutinario, pero siempre se involucra el usuario en el proceso porque es una oportunidad de capacitación y mejoramiento para ellos, ¿no? Entonces, nuestra filosofía es más o menos, sobre todo cuando tienen, para las aplicaciones avanzadas, vamos a decir, que realmente requieren una inversión de tiempo, como super resolución o espectroscopía o algo así, que no son experimentos de día y apagas el equipo y vienes mañana y consigues. Decimos, nosotros te echamos la mano a obtener los datos que necesita para escribir un donativo o obtener el primer artículo. Pero ya después de eso hay que tomar la decisión porque ya va a ser una inversión para ustedes. Ustedes se van a convertir en microscopistas a través de ese proceso. Entonces, ¿quieren seguir? Porque llegamos a ese punto y luego tienes una decisión. ¿Consigues dinero para un doctorado dedicado a eso, un postdoc dedicado a esto, o un donativo completo dedicado a esto? ¿No? Y eso es su decisión, porque los recursos que estamos invirtiendo no son ilimitados, porque para ustedes hay muchos, ¿no? Entonces no podemos dedicar todo nuestro tiempo en uno o dos proyectos durante años y años y años. Entonces, esto nada más como de parte práctico, sí involucramos a los usuarios porque trae beneficios para todos. Y hemos tenido dos respuestas, hemos tenido ambas respuestas. Grupos que han dicho, fantástico, se han metido, ya son líderes en México en su área, que sea super resolución. Y hemos tenido otros grupos que han llegado a tener los datos necesarios. Dicho, no, sabes que me voy a dedicar a otra cosa porque pues no, prefiero, ahorita tengo ese postdoc, entonces voy a invertir el dinero en secuencia de genomas o está bien, pues está perfectamente bien. Todavía queda ahí en la mesa, pero deciden que prefieren ir por otro camino. Eso está bien, yo no tengo ningún problema. No nos hace falta grupos con que colaborar y grupos para ayudar, ¿no? Entonces, así lo hacemos y yo digo que más o menos es mitad y mitad o quizás un tercio o un 40%. Que antes no eran microscopistas expertos, ya están totalmente en la vanguardia en México en métodos avanzados. Es muy bonito ver esa progresión. Cuando pasa, para eso trabajo, ¿no? Es la máxima recompensa para mí, ¿no? Ver formación y desarrollo de grupos enteros, ¿no? En términos de su visión hacia la microscopía y lo que pueden hacer con su ciencia. Eso sí es premio, eso sí es premio.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Vamos a tocar. Por favor, Diego y Adán, si pueden unirse con Chris.
Todavía tienes algo. Bueno, bueno.
Esta vez seremos breves.